something I forgot to mention earlier. Unfortunately, gavels don't really test well for sound-wise, so I will be doing hand motions to give you timing. So I will snap when you have 10 seconds remaining to speak, and I'll clap when your time is up. Bye. Sorry. If at any time those motions are kind of confusing and you want me to change it up to give you better time signals, let me know and I can. So to begin, just welcome everybody. I'm really excited to get started. I'll push icebreakers to the end like when we do awards, so we're just gonna get right into it. We are gonna start with elections for council officers. The council officer positions are vice chair, parliamentarian, and rapporteur. For those of you who don't know, so my vice chair will chair in an instance where I need to possibly step out of the room or the Google Meet. Also, when I need to step out and review draft language, my vice chair will take over for me. Preferably that this will be someone who has either had experience with models in the past or chairing experience. It's not required, but it is extremely helpful. My vice chair also at times can help me with entering amendments into draft language. My parliamentarian will make sure that I stay on parliamentary procedure. If you refer to that handy dandy parliamentary guide in the handbook, my parliamentarian will look at that if there's ever a question of parliamentary procedure and I need clarification. And then my rap will help me maintain the speakers list and will also help me draft amendments into draft resolutions. So the speakers list that is in the Google Sheet that Michael sent out to everyone, my rap will maintain that for me there. So we can take self-nominations and you may nominate others. I know you might not know everyone's country name, so if you would rather do their actual name, that is fine by me. So at this time, are there any nominations for vice chair at this time? And then you all can use the actual sheet. So Michael, if you don't mind, could you pull up the sheet? So what you'll do is if you want to make a pointer motion, yeah. So Bahrain.
The delegate from Bahrain nominates Benjamin for vice chair.
Benjamin, do you accept this nomination?
Yes.
Okay. Benjamin, you're Qatar, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Perfect. Are there any other nominations for vice chair?
I nominate Andrews to also be vice chair.
Bahrain, do you accept this nomination?
No, thank you.
Okay. Are there any other nominations for vice chair? Let's see. Alrighty. Well, I don't see any. So we don't have to have you speak on your behalf, nor do we have to take a vote. Benjamin, you are going to serve as my vice chair. You can all give a round of applause. Yay.
Qatar is excited for the role.
Awesome. Okay, so again, any chance, and I'll let you know before I do it, if at any chance I need to like step away or do something, I'll say vice chair, can you take over? If you need help, ask Michael. He'll be here. Okay, next we are going to do nominations for parliamentarian. Do I have any nominations for parliamentarian at this time? Yes, Bahrain.
Bahrain nominates Saudi Arabia for parliamentarian.
Okay. Saudi Arabia, do you accept this nomination?
Yes, accept it.
Yes?
Well, I accept that, yeah.
Awesome, okay. Are there any other nominations for parliamentarian? All right, seeing none.
Qatar nominates Mali.
Oh, Molly? Okay, Molly, do you accept this nomination?
As I have no experience, I reject the nomination.
Okay. Are there any other nominations?
The delegate of Kuwait nominate Saudi Arabia.
Okay. Saudi Arabia, do you accept this nomination?
Yeah.
I just like to make you sweat. You already said yes once.
Okay, yeah, let's try. Yes.
Okay. Are there any other nominations? All right. Seeing none other, Saudi Arabia, you will not have to speak and we won't have to take a vote. You will serve as my parliamentarian. Okay. And then finally, we will take nominations for rapporteur. So are there any nominations for rap at this time? Come on, I need a rap.
Qatar nominates the UAE.
UAE, do you accept this nomination?
I accept the nomination.
Are there any other nominations for rap? Alrighty, seeing none, UAE, you don't have to speak and we don't have to take a vote. You will serve as my rep. Moving along, okay. Are there any questions before we get started? Because we're about to get into it now. Any questions? Nope, perfect. Okay, so I now call the Council of Social Affairs Ministers to order. I will now take roll. If you are a member country, please say present and voting. And if you are an observer state, please say present. Algeria.
Present and voting.
Bahrain.
Present and voting.
Comoros.
Present and voting.
Djibouti.
Present and voting.
Egypt.
Present and voting.
Iraq. No, Iraq.
Yes, present and voting.
Oh, perfect. Jordan.
Present and voting.
Kuwait.
Present and voting.
Lebanon. Lebanon. Okay. Libya.
Present and voting.
Mauritania. Mauritania. Okay. Morocco.
Present and voting.
Oman.
Present and voting.
Palestine.
Present and voting.
Qatar.
Present and voting.
The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
Present and voting. Please.
Somalia.
Present and voting.
Sudan.
Present and voting.
Syrian National Coalition. Syrian National Coalition. No Syria. Okay. Tunisia.
Present and voting.
The United Arab Emirates.
Present and voting.
Yemen.
Present voting.
Okay. And then I don't think we have any observer states, but I'm going to check just in case. Turkey. Yep. India. Eritrea. Okay. Was anyone's country not called? Yep. Okay. So with 19 present and voting, our simple majority will be 10, and our 2/3 majority will be 13. Does anyone need that repeated? Okay, perfect. So I will now create a general speakers list. So Raf, if you could kindly click on to the voting tab. What you will do if you would like to be added to the speakers list, just go ahead and press in the P or M tab on the voting sheet. when I call your name, if you could kindly just unclick yourself, and then Rapid, you can just type it where it says Gen Speakers List. So all those wishing to be added to the general speakers list, please click in the P or M tab now. Bahrain, UAE, Egypt, Oman, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, okay. Does anyone else want to be on the general speakers list? Just keep in mind, I typically as a chair don't end up having my delegates go back to this very much, but if the general speakers list does run out of speakers, debate just closes automatically. But it's okay if you don't want to be added to it. Jordan, Qatar, all right. All right. I think that's everyone. So if at any time in debate you would like to be added onto the general speakers list, just feel free to let me know. So at this time, what we're going to do is we're going to break out into a 5-minute unmod. Stay in this group chat in this meeting. You don't have to go into the different unmod rooms for this necessarily right now. What you will be discussing during this unmod is discussing the agenda. This means word changes to the actual agenda topics. If you don't feel like you want to change any of the wording, most people don't, I would be fine with you all using this 5-minute unmod to pick topic order. So I'm going to set a timer for 5 minutes. You all have a 5-minute unmod. If you would like to discuss changing of wording, that's fine. If you don't feel like you want to change any wording, I would recommend just picking a topic order. All right, you have 5 minutes.
Does anyone have any changes they want to make to the agenda? It seems fine to me.
I mean, we've all researched for these topics, so it would be kind of annoying to change them.
Agreed.
But we can
Does
change.
anyone feel strongly about a specific topic order? Because Egypt would look favorably on the fact that we don't talk about topic 1, maybe leave it for last. We were thinking maybe topic 3 comes first.
Qatar agrees with Egypt.
We're fine with topic 1 as long as we remember that it's on the refugees that we're focusing on, not our own population. So when we talk about minority rights, it's the minority rights of refugee population. Bahrain, there's some confusion. Some people don't understand the religious makeup of Bahrain, assuming that there are more Shia than Sunni. And so, but we don't need to talk about that because these are focuses on refugees. And so if we went 2143, Bahrain would be down for that because this is a supranational organization, the Arab League. And so childhood education, we don't really see how that could be effectively addressed in this setting. But we do see how the refugees and those in conflict zones can be helped through our efforts. So just again, 2143. If anyone has another order, love to hear it.
Egypt would like to start with topic 3. We agree with him that the locality might not necessarily be addressed as well in this forum. However, we are open to it. But topic 3 is very important for Egypt, considering we have several migrant workers across the Arab world, and we would love an open discussion about it. So if we could put topic 3 first, Egypt would look favorably upon that.
As a country that relies on migrant labor partly from Egypt, Qatar would also look favorably upon that.
Bahrain's vote 3, 2, 1, 4.
For Saudi Arabia, I would like, to start with the 1 out 4.
Bahrain, what was your order again that you just said?
3, 2, 1, 4.
Okay, 3, 2, 1.
I'm fine with pretty much anything because most likely we're going to get through all these topics, so the order doesn't really matter that much.
Iraq agrees with Bahrain's order. 2, 3, 2, 1, 3, yes?
3, 2, 1, 4.
Okay.
I just put it in the chat for everybody to see.
I agree with this. Saudi Arabia will agree with this order. 3, 2, 1, 4, 2.
Palestine also agrees with this order. 3, 2, 1, 4.
Egypt agrees.
Kuwait also agree with the order.
Somalia agrees as well.
Qatar is curious to Bahrain why it thinks that child education is a problem that can't be solved via this forum.
Bahrain is simply looking at the past history of the Arab League effectiveness, and if the delegate from Qatar is willing to bring forth evidence that this can be effectively addressed through the Arab League, Bahrain would willingly address childhood education through this format. Bahrain has a strong childhood education and sees ways that it can be implemented throughout the region, just questions how effective through the Model Arab League this agenda would be implemented. So that's why.
Perhaps together we could come up with a resolution.
I did not hear that.
Qatar thinks maybe through teamwork and discussion and synergy, we could come to a solution that is maybe unclear right now to Bahrain.
I think my sound is broken.
Oh, well, delegates, this does conclude your unmod. Bahrain, I hope you get your sound back. Let me know if you don't. So at this time, the chair would look favorably upon a motion to adopt the agenda. This means adopting the language of the agenda. So if you all didn't want to alter any language, I would look favorably upon that motion now. And you can just click in the Peer M tab if you'd like to make a motion. Yes, Qatar.
Qatar motions to adopt the agenda's wording.
That is an order. Do I have seconds for this motion?
Second.
Second.
Hearing multiple seconds, all those in favor, and then you'll just vote in the yes or no tabs. So all those in favor or opposed, please vote now. And then Emma, if you go onto the Google Sheet, and at the bottom, you'll see a tab that says roll call, and then one that says voting. If you click on that tab there, that is where it will be. And then Michael just shared it. So if anyone doesn't have access to the spreadsheet, you can go ahead and get on there. No problem. Okay, so this does pass. So we have now adopted the language. Do you all feel like you need more time to discuss topic order, or can people start making motions to set topic order?
No, I think we're ready, Honorable Chair.
Okay, so are there any points or motions on the floor at this time? Yes, Algeria.
Algeria would like to address topic 3, 2, 1, 4 in that order.
3, 2, 1, 4. Perfect. Are there any other points or motions on the floor at this time? Okay. Seeing none, we will now vote on topic or to set topic order as 3, 2, 1, 4. Do I have seconds for this motion?
Second.
Second.
Hearing multiple seconds. If you could now vote in favor or oppose in the voting tab now. Okay. This does pass. So our topic order today will be 3, 2, 1, 4. With that being said, the chair would now look favorably upon a motion to limit to topic 3. Are there any points or motions on the floor at this time? Yes, Bahrain.
Bahrain moves to limit debate to topic 3.
That is an order. Do I have seconds for this motion?
Second.
Second. Second.
Hearing multiple seconds. All those in favor and opposed, please vote now. If your vote's already in there and you just want to leave it the same, that's also fine. Okay, this does pass. We are now limited to topic 3. So what that means is you all will, until further notice, you will only be allowed to discuss topic 3. Please stay within those parameters. We will now draft a speakers list for topic 3. So Rap, if I could have you click on to topic 3 speakers list. Tech chair, if you're listening, if you can just clear out the columns for me, that would be helpful. So if you'd like to be added to the speakers list for topic 2, please press in the P or M tab now. Morocco, Bahrain, Palestine, UAE, Qatar, Oman, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Egypt, okay. Perfect. If at a later time you would like to be added to the speakers list for topic 3, feel free to just type it in the chat and let me know that you want to be added to the speakers list. So I will now recognize a few speakers from the speakers list. I will give you, just for explanation, I will give you a minute of speaking time. If you do not use that entire minute, I will ask you how you would like to yield your time. You can either yield it to another delegate, or you may yield it back to me. If there's like 5 seconds left, I'll just absorb the time, but I will let you know. So with that being said, Morocco, you have 1 minute. Morocco? If you're speaking, I cannot hear you, at least. Okay. So we will come back to Bahrain. You have 1 minute.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Bahrain is excited to talk about this issue because, as you all know, Bahrain, well, as you may or may not know, Bahrain has quite a few migrant workers itself. And we would like to focus on moving away from the kafala system more towards making migrants their own sponsors for their work. Under the kafala system, their employers were their sponsors, and that put the migrants in a situation where they could be abused, where they couldn't have the types of freedoms that they should have. And a lot of the times it was because they came over illegally. So we need to move away from the kafala system, especially in regards to illegal migrant workers, in order to progress our economies. And so we would love to hear more solutions pertaining to this. Bahrain has done a few reforms starting in 2016, and it's willing to share those reforms with the Arab League to implement them throughout the region. I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you, Delegate. Right on time. So, Morocco, did you get your mic fixed? Okay, still not working. Okay, so what we'll do is we're going to, it's all good. We're going to move to the next person on the speakers list. So, Palestine, you have 1 minute.
Palestine is also excited about discussing this topic as it exports a significant amount of migrant workers to different countries, and would also like to address the kafala system, specifically abolishing the kafala system and transitioning sponsorship from employers to either a third-party body or the migrants themselves, as well as developing a more comprehensive system for punishing employers that violate the rights of migrant workers. And Palestine is the same.
Okay. Thank you, Delegate. Are there any points or motions on the floor at this time? You make sure if you do have a, okay, perfect. Bahrain.
Bahrain motions for a 15-minute unmonitored caucus to discuss possible draft resolution ideas.
Is that a 15-minute unmod? I just wanted to clarify.
Oh yes, if it's
Yeah.
okay.
Can you, are you amendable to 10?
Bahrain is willing to do 10.
Okay, thank you. Let me check 1 moment before I take seconds. Tech chair, did we get the unmod rooms working?
Yes, they are working. So you can go to the unmod tab in the voting, little voting sheet that you have, and yes, it should all work.
Okay. My poor chair heart is aching because I love mods, but that is an order. So are there seconds for a 10-minute unmod?
Second.
Hearing multiple seconds. All those in favor or opposed, please vote now in the voting tab. I'm more than happy to let you guys have an unmod. Do not let my face dissuade you. Alrighty. This does fail. Sorry, Bahrain. Are there any other points or motions on the floor at this time?
Morocco asks whether this pertains to safe entry of migrant workers or not. And if not, we prefer to discuss migrant worker safety once they've arrived to the country.
So when you all make motions for moderated caucuses, you can specify purpose. We will be discussing the parameters of topic 3. If you all would like to kind of narrow that down, you can do that through purpose in mods. Unmods are typically you all's time to discuss what you feel. But unfortunately that motion did fail. So Morocco, if you would like to make a motion for a moderated caucus specifying, I would look favorably upon a motion.
Yes, Morocco does.
Okay. So would you like to make, so we can do, just for example, for moderated caucuses, an easy kind of go-to, you can do, to make a motion, you would say, Morocco would like to make a motion for a, for example, 5-minute moderated caucus, speaker's time 30 seconds in order to, and then you can say your purpose. Expedite debate is a broad purpose that kind of says everything. If you would like to talk about something more specific, you are more than welcome to say that. If you're more comfortable, I can ask one of the delegates who has done Model Arab League before if they would not mind making a motion.
Oh yeah, that'd be fine.
Okay, one of the delegates who has done Model Arab League before, the chair would look favorably upon a motion. Yes, UAE.
The UAE would like to have a 5-minute, we'll do a 7-minute unmoderated caucus with 30-second speaker times to discuss topic 3, to expedite debate on topic 3.
Okay, 7-minute, 30-second mod to expedite debate. Okay, perfect. That is in order. Do I have seconds for this motion?
Second.
Second.
Hearing multiple seconds, all those in favor or opposed to the UAE's motion, please vote now. Okay, perfect. This does pass. UAE, since you made the motion, would you like to speak first or defer to last?
I'll speak first.
Okay, give me 1 second. You have 30 seconds.
All right. The UAE has done a lot to reform our system, even within the kafala system. As of now, we have our workers update their residency every year, and when they move away from a job, they're given 30 days to find a new one or leave the country. We're amenable to changing these things, but we'd like to point out that it's also an option that we have reforms within the kafala system.
Thank you, Delegate. All those wishing to speak? Yes, Bahrain.
After the devastating defeat of Bahrain's motion, it realizes it's treading on dangerous ground, and we would look favorably upon the reforms proposed by the UAE. Bahrain appreciates the UAE's reforms of away from the kafala system, but away from the kafala system, and believes that Bahrain can also contribute positively to that.
Thank you, Delegate. Just a reminder, my snaps are 10-second warnings. My clap is your time's up, so don't feel super scared if you see me do this. Thank you, Delegate. All those wishing to speak? Yes, Egypt.
The delegation from Egypt is very excited to hear that other delegates are in favor of abolishing the kafala system, while Egypt recognizes that many of its allies in the room have done other labor reforms concerning migrant workers, especially considering that there are many Egyptian migrant workers across the Arab world. We do look favorably upon abolishing the kafala system and specifically adding reforms for domestic workers. I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you, Delegate. All those wishing to speak? Yes, Morocco.
First, Chair, is my microphone working?
Yes.
Thank you. So in terms of the delegation from Morocco, I just wanted to reiterate the question, are we speaking to the safety of migrant workers when they enter the country, or are we talking about when they're in the country? Morocco proposes the latter. I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you, Delegate. You don't have to yield, NMODs or unmods. Thank you, though, so much. Very kind. All those wishing to speak? Yes, Qatar.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Qatar would like to point out that it does not think that abolishing kafala will work, but instead it agrees with Bahrain and the Emirates that reform is the path forward.
Thank you, Delegate. All those wishing to speak? Yes, Libya.
Thank you. The Government of National Accord of Libya also looks favorably upon at least reforming the kafala system. The Government of National Accord would also implore other states to provide guidance and assistance to the government of Libya in our time of great conflict, considering that it has become particularly difficult to protect migrant workers' rights in the midst of massive civil war and conflict. And the Government of National Accord looks forward to discussing this further.
Thank you, Delegate. All those wishing to speak? Yes, Oman.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The Sultanate of Oman recognizes that it has had a troubled history with migrant workers, but it recognizes that the kafala system as it stands is not perfect and is amicable to potential reforms as proposed by other Gulf states, but feels that the complete and total abolition of such a system is unnecessary and perhaps too rapid a reform.
Thank you, Delegate. All those wishing to speak? Yes, Saudi Arabia.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. So as you may know or not, Saudi Arabia has more than 10 million labor working, and we agree with Bahrain and UAE for the reform. And in Saudi Arabia, we have the regulation, so it's more like the U.S. Oh my gosh, the U.S. company sponsorship program. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. All those wishing to speak? The chair would look favorably upon a delegate that has not spoken already, but she will call on a delegate who has if no one else is willing to speak. Okay. Oh, yes, Kuwait. Kuwait.
Yeah, sorry, that's my bad, sorry. We agree with UAE and Bahrain. It's very much true in the history. Migrant workers have been exploited, which only resulted in creating the rule and regulation and norms for the migrant worker for their safety and security in the work. That's it.
Okay. Thank you, Delegate. All those wishing to speak? Yes, Jordan.
The delegation from Jordan agrees with many of the speakers from earlier today. We believe that, or the delegation from Jordan believes that we may consider an industry by industry consideration of the kafala system. For instance, in Jordan, it's very difficult for domestic workers to report abuse, whereas construction workers face some different considerations.
Thank you, Delegate. All those wishing to speak? Yes, Palestine.
Palestine believes that the kafala system is extremely exposes migrant workers to a lot of human rights abuses, and would like to hear more from Qatar on why the system should be reformed rather than abolished, and other states as well.
Thank you, Delegate. All those wishing to speak? Yes, Somalia.
The Federal Republic of Somalia agrees with the need to reform the kafala system, as many of our citizens are exploited in the Gulf countries.
Thank you, Delegate. This will be the second to last speaker of this moderated caucus. All those wishing to speak? Yes, Djibouti.
Djibouti is pleased with some of the delegates' call for abolishing the kafala system. As a country with citizens who's working in several Gulf countries, and with some negative experiences, abolishing the kafala system would be more effective than simply reforms, since a country like Qatar have previously attempted to reform but have not sufficiently protected the migrant workers.
Thank you, Delegate. Right on time. This will be the final speaker of this moderated caucus. All those wishing to speak? Yes, Qatar.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Qatar would like to respond to everyone. First of all, Qatar would like to point out that abolishing the kafala system would be counterproductive. What would replace it in its intermediate aftermath? What would happen to all the sponsored workers in Qatar, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, the like? Would they be expelled? Qatar believes chaos would ensue. Slow and incremental reform, not a spring forward, is necessary. And also to respond, Qatar has made lots of reforms since 2017, like abolishing exit permits for migrant workers.
Thank you, Delegate. This does conclude your moderated caucus. Are there any points or motions on the floor at this time? Let's see. I'm going to let Tech Chair clear out things real fast before I take another motion, just for clarity. Okay. Are there any points or motions on the floor at this time? Bahrain.
Bahrain motion to extend the moderated caucus by 10 minutes.
So an extension has to be equal to or shorter than the amount of time of the mod.
Was it 7 minutes? 30 seconds every time? Okay, we motion to extend it that much.
By 7 minutes? Okay, perfect. That is an order. Do I have seconds for a 7-minute extension to the previous moderated caucus?
Second.
Okay. Having a second. What I'm going to start doing is I'm going to start asking for proceeding points or motions, just in case you guys want to. You don't have to. Are there any proceeding points or motions on the floor at this time? Let's see, Sudan, do you have?
Yeah, motion for a 10-minute unmoderated caucus to discuss just like general solutions.
Okay. That is an order. Do I have seconds for a 10-minute unmoderated caucus? Okay. Unfortunately, Sudan, without seconds, I cannot entertain the motion. Are there any other proceeding points or motions on the floor at this time? Seeing none, we will now vote on Bahrain's motion for a 7-minute extension to the previous moderated caucus. All those in favor or opposed, please vote now. All right, this does pass. Bahrain, since you made the motion, would you like to speak first or defer to last?
I'll go first.
Okay, you have 30 seconds.
Perfect. Bahrain's noticing there's a little bit of a rift between those who say we should abolish and those who say we should reform the kafala system. It's largely a terminology issue here. I think all of us are looking towards a better system with our migrant workers. And so instead of focusing on whether we're reforming or abolishing, we all want the same thing. We want to move away from it. We want something better. And so Bahrain would like to hear more substantive ideas than this terminological debate.
Thank you, Delegate. Right on time. Are there any points from all those wishing to speak? Yes, UAE.
Thank you, Chair. The UAE would like to echo the sentiments of Bahrain that this is mostly a terminology issue, and we're all looking for ways to treat our workers better. So we'd like to have the debate focused to more specific topics, like making sure workers get paid in time, finding substantial mechanisms to protect domestic workers from abuse, stopping the confiscation of passports, things like these that some of our countries have outlawed, but in practice we've had problems implementing.
Thank you, Delegate. All those wishing to speak? Yes, Qatar.
Qatar would like to pose a question to the UAE and ask what you think, or what the UAE thinks is a way to properly implement them if the ways we've been doing it haven't been successful.
Thank you, Delegate. All those wishing to speak? Yes, UAE.
To answer the question, the ways we've been working on are working with our new e-government reforms, where we bring a lot of systems online. So we now have registries of all workers. So they can, we have an online registry. So if a worker is not paid on time, it sends a flag up to the government, and the government will intervene on behalf of the worker. In terms of domestic workers, we're working for new ways for reporting that are better than what we have now, though.
Thank you, Delegate. All those wishing to speak? I would like to remind the body that over half of you voted in favor of this, so thank you. Egypt?
The delegation from Egypt understands some countries' issues with terminology. However, all of the reforms that have been discussed are all reforms that are away from the kafala system, and Egypt does not understand why the kafala system needs to be kept in place in order to reform. Also, kafala is the system that keeps migrant workers under the sponsorship of their employers. And so if this is the main issue, we really should get rid of that first. And all of these reforms that we've been talking about, they are already in place and are continuing.
Thank you, Delegate. Right on time. All those wishing to speak? Yes, Kuwait.
Oh, yes. Hello. Do you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. I think it is also essential that people who are coming to this country should know their rights by reading the rule and the regulations before coming to this country.
Thank you, Delegate. All those wishing to speak? Yes, Sudan.
Thank you, Chair. Seeing as Sudan is mainly kind of like a post-conflict zone and its economy is still recovering, Sudan would like to emphasize that a lot of workers from Sudan go to specific countries such as Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and richer countries that accept migrant workers. And they would like to emphasize the need for reformed legal systems in these countries in order to ensure the legal rights of migrant workers from different countries, as well as increased salaries and more consistent salaries for these specific migrant workers. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Just before I go to the next delegate, can you hear this? Is that fine? Okay, can you hear that?
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to make sure you all can get your warnings in time. Okay, perfect. Thank you, Sudan. All those wishing to speak? Okay. Seeing, oh, okay. Bahrain.
Bahrain would just like to throw an idea out there before we move on to possible draft language. It looks like and Bahrain believes that the UAE's reform with the database of tracking salaries has been effective and it would address some of the concerns from Sudan. And so Bahrain would like to move towards a larger kind of supranational database regarding employment and employment only, or just encourage individual implementation of those databases following the UAE's model. And so if we could create some type of working language pertaining to that, Bahrain would look favorably upon that.
Thank you, Delegate. And I'm so sorry, Delegate, I did not give you your 10-second warning. Before I go to the next delegation, just to ask Yemen, you wanted to, okay, so just in the future, if you'd like to speak, just make sure you're on the voting tab and you press in the PRM tab, because that's where I'm looking for motions. But for the sake of just right now, because I saw it, Yemen, you have 30 seconds.
I firmly believe that the host countries, like the Gulf countries, should do some exceptions for the labor work. They are coming from conflicted countries like Yemen or Sudan, to extension to give them exception for the fees and some internal fees. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. All those wishing to speak? Yes, Iraq.
Yes, we have thousands of workers in the Gulf, and we suggest that an employment visa instead of a sponsorship should be enabling the workers to change their employment without losing their valid immigration status.
Thank you, Delegate. All those wishing to speak? Yes, Somalia.
The delegate from Somalia would like to ask if the reform plans for the kafala system would address human trafficking and sex trafficking.
Thank you, Delegate. All those wishing to speak? Yes, Qatar.
Echoing Bahrain, Qatar is curious how a supranational body that holds data on migrant laborers would be managed. With many countries like Bahrain that are blockading Qatar, Qatar would look favorably toward a non-partisan body governing this, like the Arab League itself.
Thank you, Delegate. All those wishing to speak? Yes, Morocco.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Morocco would like to see if anybody is interested in a body or institute with resources for migrant workers, including legal counsel and economic aid. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. This will be the final speaker of this extension. All those wishing to speak? Yes, Libya.
Libya would like to echo the sentiment of Morocco in terms of legal labor protection for migrant workers. Given the situation in Libya, there is an unfortunate great deal of human trafficking and the trade of other human beings. And Libya would certainly look favorably upon a reform which focused on legal and labor economic protection.
Thank you, Delegate. This does conclude your extension. Are there any points or motions on the floor at this time? Yes, Qatar.
Qatar would like to motion to extend this by 5 minutes in order to discuss what Libya just discussed.
We cannot extend an extension, unfortunately. Good try. Would you like to make a different motion or no?
I would not.
Okay, no problem. Are there any points or motions on the floor? Yes, Morocco.
Morocco would like to propose a motion to a 10-minute, 30-second per representative motion to discuss solutions, whether that be a body or a new draft.
Okay, perfect. I'm not picking on you. I'm just gonna do this for parliamentary sake. So the motion is gonna be, if you want to do it with me after, so Morocco would like to make a motion for a 10-minute moderated caucus. Speaker's time 30 seconds in order to, and then your purpose. Come on, let me hear it.
One more time, Madam Chair, please.
So Morocco would like to make a motion for a 10-minute moderated caucus. Speaker's time 30 seconds in order to, and then you can say your purpose. I think you said to discuss loose ends, whether or not to have a separate body.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Morocco would like to make a 10-minute moderated caucus speaker time 1 minute on the topic of solutions, albeit a institution for legal and economic aid or any other legislation.
Good job, Morocco. Okay, so that is in order. Do I have seconds for a 10-minute moderated caucus, speaker's time 1 minute, to discuss loose ends of which body will dictate? Do I have seconds for this motion?
Qatar, seconds.
Second.
Hearing multiple seconds, are there any preceding points or motions on the floor at this time? Yes, Bahrain.
Bahrain also motions to a 10-minute moderated caucus, but popcorn style. Speaker's time 30 seconds.
That is an order. Okay, so Bahrain, you've made a motion for a 10-minute popcorn style debate. Speaking time, you said 30 seconds?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, all right. Let me explain popcorn debate really fast before we take seconds on it. So popcorn debate, 1, Bahrain, I'm saying this unofficially, not as a chair. You're my favorite because you're throwing chaotic energy into this, and that's what I like to do, so thank you. Popcorn debate is where, so let's say Bahrain will start. I will start a timer, so that'll be normal as mod, so you have 30 seconds to speak, but instead of me saying, yeah, next, who wants to speak, you just kind of go popcorn to, and then you say the country, and then that country will have 30 seconds to speak, and you'll go on, and I'll tell you when to stop. Yeah. But any other questions about popcorn style debate before we take seconds? I'm going to rule that as more disruptive than a mod because I won't be moderating. So any questions? No? Okay, perfect. Do I have seconds for a 10-minute popcorn style debate?
Second.
Second.
Hearing multiple seconds, all those in favor or opposed to a popcorn style debate, please vote in the yes or no tabs now. Ooh, and then Libya, if you could move yours from the P or M into one of the yes or no tabs, this will determine a lot for us. Let's see. Libya, could you move your vote either into the yes or no area? Okay. Let's see. Oh, I'm so sorry. Bahrain, this does fail. You were close. So we will now go back to Morocco's motion for a 10-minute moderated caucus, speaker's time 1 minute to discuss loose ends. All those in favor or opposed, please vote now. Okay. This does pass. Okay. Perfect. So this does pass. So Morocco, since you made the motion, would you like to speak first or defer to last?
Defer to last, please, Madam Chair.
Okay. And just before we start, does anyone need the purpose of this mod said again? No? You're all good? Okay. I asked just because make sure when you have a specific purpose that you stick to that purpose when you're talking. Okay. So Morocco has deferred to last. So all those wishing to speak? Yes, Algeria.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity to speak. Algeria is in agreement with both the delegation of Morocco and Libya in regards of developing legal and economic protection for our migrants workers. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. All those wishing to speak? Yes, Egypt.
The delegation from Egypt has recognized that there is draft resolution, I guess, being presented to the floor. If the person or delegates who have been on that resolution could explain that, that would be really great.
Thank you, Delegate. All those wishing to speak? Yes, Bahrain.
It's usually pretty hot in Bahrain, but Bahrain feels like it's getting roasted more in this room than it ever has in its own country. But Bahrain would like to point out that there seem to be two ideas floating around. One is about kind of an employment visa. Doesn't remember who mentioned it, but Bahrain would look favorably upon an Arab League sanctioned employment visa. We can flesh the details out later. And the second seems to be a focus on sex trafficking and human trafficking. Bahrain would also like to address that, and if there are more concrete ideas for such reform, Bahrain would love to hear them.
Thank you, Delegate. Just for you all's knowledge, when you're saying you'd like to speak, this mod does have a 1 minute speaking time, so you have a nice bit of leeway before I'll start snapping at you. All those wishing to speak? Yes, Qatar.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Qatar would like to remind the caucus that if the kafala system is abolished, a complete alternative must be proposed in the resolution that ensues. Yes, I yield my time to Bahrain.
Oh, unfortunately, there's no yields in mods. Sorry, Bahrain, you got excited. Yeah, so you can only yield in the general speakers list or in a speakers list. So since we're in mods, if you don't finish your time, I just take it. But that was very kind of you. All those wishing to speak? Yes, Saudi Arabia. Oh, yes, Saudi Arabia.
Yes, sorry. Saudi Arabia looks favorably on a earlier proposal made by Morocco to create legal counsel requirements in states that have the kafala system, the legal counsel being specifically designated for migrant workers. Additionally, Saudi Arabia rejects any sort of proposal for the abolishment or termination of the kafala system, as the kafala system currently assists in regulating illegal migration into many Arab states. Rather, Saudi Arabia would prefer looking at more regulations at specifically limiting the power and influence that sponsors have over visas.
Thank you, Delegate. All those wishing to speak? Yes, Libya.
Libya would like to reiterate its support for a right to legal counsel, particularly in those states that have established the kafala labor system. And in the case of legal counsel, Libya maintains that particularly for those migrants who are poor, working, and fleeing conflict in the country, that it should be a right and should be provided by the state and therefore free, so that it's accessible by all workers.
Thank you, Delegate. All those wishing to speak? Yes, UAE.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The UAE would also look favorably upon a resolution to make sure that domestic workers are given the process to report abuses and get legal help. So we'd like to piggyback off of Libya's idea. We're also thinking about setting up safe houses for domestic workers where they could go and report abuses if they come up.
Thank you, Delegate. All those wishing to speak? Yes, Oman.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Oman would just like to voice its support for the idea, I guess, just previously proposed by the UAE regarding domestic workers, as that is where Oman struggles the greatest. And it feels that legal protection and economic aid to these domestic workers, especially when they face lengthy judicial battles with their employers, could be very beneficial to improving their state in Oman and ensuring that they are able to earn the money that they're there for in the first place, and that their stay is not harmful or negative for their mental or physical state. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. This will be the final speaker before I defer back to Morocco. All those wishing to speak? Yes, Sudan.
Sudan would like to emphasize the previous point brought up by Bahrain surrounding human trafficking within the region. Seeing as Sudan is a human trafficking destination, especially for migrant workers, we'd like to emphasize anti-trafficking campaigns. And even though we still struggle to apply our national anti-trafficking law, we would like to propose some kind of body to enforce this implementation within Sudan and countries such as Sudan that struggle with protecting these important rights for migrant workers.
Thank you, Sudan. Morocco, you have 1 minute.
Thank you. I would just like to end this session speaking on maybe a body for legal counsel and economic aid that's not a right, but broadly defined for migrant workers, including human trafficking, for any country that would like to opt in, as Morocco would like to access the system for sub-Saharan migrant workers in North African states. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. This does conclude your moderated caucus. Are there any points or motions on the floor at this time? Yes, Bahrain.
Bahrain motions for a 7-minute moderated caucus, popcorn style, 30-second speaker time.
Second.
Oh. I enjoy the enthusiasm, Kutcher, but give me 1 second. Okay, 7-minute popcorn style debate. 3 seconds. Okay, do I have seconds?
Second.
Okay. Hearing multiple seconds. Are there any preceding points or motions on the floor at this time? Okay. Seeing none, this could be your moment, Bahrain. All those in favor or opposed of a 7-minute popcorn style debate, please vote now. Bahrain, I'm gonna double count just for you because I feel bad. Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Ooh. Oh, okay. So unfortunately, I'm sorry, I did not clarify this. Unfortunately, you cannot abstain during procedural votes. So you can only abstain during actual voting on a resolution. So all of you who abstained, if you could please pick yes or no. I'm so sorry, Bahrain. This does fail. You were so close. Maybe next time. Are there any points or motions on the floor at this time? If there are no other points or motions, I will go back to the speakers list for topic 3. Just be advised that the chair would prefer that you all make motions. You can make motions for unmods if that's what you would like to do. Okay. Oh, yes, Qatar.
Qatar would like to motion for a 5-minute unmoderated caucus.
That is an order. Do I have seconds for a 5-minute unmod?
Second.
Second.
Having multiple seconds. All those in favor or opposed for a 5-minute unmoderated caucus, please vote now. All right, this does pass. So just because this is our first unmod, I'm just gonna go over a few technical things. So Michael does have the unmod group rooms on the side. So if you all would like to break out into different rooms, you technically have 4. This chat that we're already in can serve as an unmod room, and the 3 others. It's a bit easier in this format if you know you're going into one of the unmod rooms, if you can go ahead and say now where you're going and what you're going to be talking about in that room to let everyone know. And then I'll give you a grace period of like 2 minutes to get into the unmod room, and then I'll let you know when the time is up. Okay? So I will give you guys like a 2-minute grace period to start switching into different unmod rooms.
Where are the links for those rooms?
So they should be on that same Google Sheet. If you click onto the bottom tab that says unmod rooms, it'll say unmod 1, 2, and 3. If you would like to go ahead and put the purpose in there for everyone's knowledge, that's fine, or you can say it now. Yes, on the doc. And then from there, if you know what you would like to discuss, you can go ahead and announce it now and see if anyone else would like to discuss the same thing, because you all may not need every single unmod room if you all want to discuss the same topic.
We can go to, go ahead.
That's okay. Okay. Anyway, Madam Chair, I was just wondering, do we announce it now spoken, or do we just write it on the sheet?
You can write it on the sheet, but since you all are already here, if you'd like to also announce it, just to make sure everyone hears it, you can go ahead and announce that now.
Okay, the delegation of Egypt is going to be in Unmod Room 1 to discuss a resolution that Egypt is working on about domestic worker protections. If any other delegations would like to join Egypt, we would very much appreciate that, and we look forward to your help.
Quick clarification before you go, is that pertaining to the legal advice that Libya and Morocco and other delegates were talking about?
Egypt would like to use this unmod to discuss all of those options. So anything that falls under that umbrella, yes, we would be open to talking about that.
Qatar would like to propose going to Unmod Room 2 to discuss a working resolution of the UAE on data of migrant workers.
Okay. Perfect. All right. So would anyone else like to use Unmod Room 3? You don't have to use it. Denying you access. That's a Michael thing. I think, unless this is a doc you all are sharing. Okay, so if no one else would like, if you all can split up between those two unmod rooms, that's fine. Go ahead and switch into those rooms now, and then you have 5 minutes. I'm gonna give you a 1-minute grace period to get in there. Go.
Oops.
Delegates, you have 1 minute remaining. Delegates, this does conclude your unmod. Please return to the main chat. All right. Welcome back, everybody. Yeah, I know that was weird with the unmods. I sound like this big overbearing voice. That's just because I unmute myself in all of them. So sorry. Before we get started, I'm gonna say, so training wheels are off a little bit. You all have had some time to kind of see what the flow of debate looks like. I expect people who haven't done model Arab League to make motions. I'm not gonna bite you. I'm very far from most of you. I'm on a computer. So if you don't make a motion properly, I will just ask you for learning's sake. Like, I'll tell you how to do it. So I would love to see more of you making motions, and speaking in moderated caucuses. Even if you don't fill up the time, that's okay. Just get your ideas out there and talk. Also, Michael just sent an email. So I'm not saying I enjoy chaos, but I enjoy chaos. So I need you guys, look, we're on here for like 8 hours. I need, you guys do not be afraid to throw monkey wrenches into things. UAE, you can throw some, you can get crazy if you want. Qatar, you can do something. Anybody, please, I look forward to it. So just keep that in mind as we go forth. Like, you don't have to be nice to everyone in this room because you know them. It's nothing personal. Imagine that you are actually sitting here representing your country, and if that means you might turn to someone and have a bit of fiery debate, just don't get too fiery, but that's fine. Let me have it. Okay, with that being said, are there any points or motions on the floor at this time? Yes, Oman.
Oman motions for a 5-minute moderated caucus with a 30-second speaking time to discuss the results of the unmod.
That is an order. Do I have seconds for Oman's motion?
Second.
Hearing multiple seconds, are there any preceding points or motions on the floor at this time? Yes, Bahrain. Yes, Bahrain. Do you have a preceding point or motion?
Emily, okay. Motion for a 10-minute moderated caucus popcorn style 45-second speaker time.
10-minute popcorn style debate. That is an order. Do I have seconds for Bahrain's motion?
Second.
Okay. Hearing multiple seconds, we will vote on Bahrain's motion first because it is more disruptive. All those in favor of a 10-minute popcorn style debate, please vote yes or no in the voting tab now. This does pass. All right. Bahrain, since you made the motion for the popcorn style debate, would you like to start us off?
Yes, please.
The floor is yours. I will let you know when to stop talking.
Perfect. For the sake of a little clarification, we would all like to note that Qatar has betrayed the Arab League, and in that, we cannot trust Qatar when he says he wants to work with the UAE, as Qatar has refused to work with the GCC, especially the UAE. In addition, Libya has been trying to come up with a council on legal advice. We cannot accept this legal advice because its government is illegitimate. And so the council, the delegate from Bahrain, would like to point these out as we go forward in these resolutions, because if the governments are not legitimate, as Aristotle once said, then their policies are illegitimate.
Yep. Thank you, delegate. Before we popcorn to someone else, so I brought this on myself. I said chaos. I did. Diplomatic chaos. Like, I love calling people out, but give me that energy, but like dialed back 0.5%, and occasionally give me that. Okay, Bahrain, who do you want to popcorn to?
The delegation from Bahrain would like to popcorn to UAE.
UAE?
Okay, that was interesting. The delegation of the UAE notes that we're willing to work with other countries so long as a neutral country steps forward to moderate and host servers. Kuwait, Oman. If you're into it, well, we can work with that. Our conflicts with Qatar aren't really in this area. When we get to other areas, that might become a bit more apparent, though. I'll popcorn to Qatar.
Qatar?
Qatar would like to point out that it will take Bahrain's point seriously when Bahrain has a foreign policy apparatus of its own. At any rate, Qatar is curious how any sort of legal counsel will be applied to countries on an interregional scale, as going back to what was talked about before. Qatar would look favorably toward realistic reform, like creating a database of migrants and offering concrete rights like freedom of movement, for example.
Who would you like to popcorn to?
I would like to popcorn toward Palestine.
Palestine?
The delegation of Palestine agrees with the delegation of Qatar that the motion of Qatar to discuss the Gulf crisis is not relevant to the issue of domestic workers that we would like to focus on. And I yield my time.
Who would you like to popcorn to? You can also use the Google Sheet if you can't see people.
I will popcorn back to Bahrain.
Bahrain?
Thank you. The country of Qatar did not want to distract the honorable delegates from the issue at hand. It simply would like to point out that if we are talking about legal counsel, we have to make sure which government they're going to support. So going back to working language pertaining to legal counsel for migrant workers, we need to ensure that that funding is going towards places that will be feasible for the migrant workers and to trusted sources, so that the Arab League does not spend money in areas it does not need to. This can be included in draft language, and Bahrain currently does not have a solution, but looks forward to any solutions that any other delegates offer. Thank you.
Who are you popcorning to?
Oh, popcorn to Saudi Arabia, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
Saudi Arabia?
Saudi Arabia emphasizes its commitment toward not abolishing the kafala system due to its use in regulating illegal immigration. But Saudi Arabia does support regulations and reforms as Saudi Arabia has implemented in the past, including fining individuals who have abused the kafala system. Yeah.
Thank you. I'm going to make, in the middle of this, a slight recommendation what I can do. You can either keep going in 30-second increments for popcorn. You have a total of 7 minutes remaining for the popcorn style debate. I can either keep doing 30 seconds, or what I can do is I can just run a timer down so you can talk as long as you want, and then just popcorn off to somebody else, and I'll let you know when there's a minute remaining. Would you guys rather do that? Or do you want to keep going in 30-second increments?
30-second.
30-second increments, kind of training wheels. I get it. Okay, cool. Saudi Arabia, who would you like to popcorn to?
Saudi Arabia would like to popcorn to Egypt.
Egypt?
So sorry. Egypt, the delegation of Egypt would like to let the other delegations know that the resolution on domestic workers protection is ongoing. So please add your ideas to that if you would like. To respond to the other delegations' concerns about Qatar or Libya, Egypt does believe that those are conflicts for a different council, and we are willing to work with others.
And who are you popcorning to?
So sorry. I'll popcorn to Kuwait.
Kuwait?
Yes, Kuwait delegation support the concern about migrant worker. Also, Kuwait has occupational union in every sector, and their main role, which to protect people or the migrant worker who are coming to work in different state or city in Kuwait, they are getting support because they are truly practical.
Thank you, Kuwait. Who would you like to popcorn to? Kuwait?
Yes.
Who would you like to popcorn to? Who would you like to speak next?
I'm not sure how about Yemen.
Oh. Yemen?
Yes.
Okay, Yemen.
Yemen agrees with the UAE's and Qatar's resolution, and we hope to implement some sort of financial system to ensure that the workers do get paid, and there's like some sort of program that kind of puts everything together and organizes it. So that's what we're going with. And I'd like to popcorn to Morocco.
Okay. Morocco.
Thank you. Morocco would just like to say that the document for domestic workers protections is currently looking at economic stimulus as well as legal counsel, and Morocco believes economic stimulus might be the better avenue than legal counsel because of the disparities within the different legal systems per country. Thank you. I would like to popcorn to Egypt.
Egypt.
Egypt is continuously working on the resolution and will popcorn to.
I think Libya may have had their hand up.
Yes, Libya. Sure, we'll popcorn to Libya.
Okay, Libya.
Thank you. Libya would like to kindly remind Bahrain that the Government of National Accord is in fact recognized by the United Nations and many other countries. And the Government of National Accord of Libya would like to remind Bahrain that the Government of National Accord has successfully resisted advances by the Libyan National Army against Tripoli and in the north and northwest. Given our usually amiable relations, Libya understands that we need to work together on these issues.
Who would you like to popcorn to?
Let's popcorn to Bahrain.
Bahrain.
Thank you. Bahrain is notably, his statement was unpopular. However, before moving on, I would like to note that if candidates keep on saying that it's time to this isn't the time for regional conflicts, when are we going to talk about regional conflict? This is the Arab League. And so it's time for another council. What council? This is the Arab League. This is where we talk about these conflicts. Moving on, I would like to point out that the draft resolution that Egypt is working on, it would like to separate the economic stimulus and the legal advice because those are two separate topics if Egypt is favorable to such a change.
Who are you popcorning to?
Popcorn to Qatar, most favorably.
Thank you, Brother Bahrain. Qatar would like to ask what the benefit of aid would be when governments themselves, not the foreign migrant worker or the migrant workers, would be the recipients. Qatar does not see the benefit of foreign aid in this situation.
Okay. Who would you like to popcorn to?
Egypt.
Egypt?
I'm so sorry, Qatar. Could you please repeat your comment? I'll popcorn back to you. You can popcorn back to me.
Okay. I'm gonna count it as popcorns, but that's fine.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. It's fine. Cut there. Go.
Does that mean you subtracted time?
Yep.
Gotcha. I'm just saying that if aid was to be implemented and distributed to workers as part of a possible resolution, I'm not so sure, or Qatar is not so sure how efficacious that would be when governments themselves, not migrant laborers or workers, would be the recipients of aid, because in a lot of times they're undocumented.
Right, okay. We actually haven't fleshed out what the funding situation is going to look like, but to your point, we would not be directly funding migrant workers or giving them direct aid like that. It would not happen like that. What we were discussing in our UNMAD are the issues of creating councils in each country that would distribute aid efficaciously. And so I'll popcorn to, we're still popcorning, right?
Yeah.
I'll popcorn to Bahrain.
Okay, Bahrain.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and Honorable Egypt. The delegate from Bahrain would like to know that on the working language, it talks about how the only economic aid is temporary sanitation, as well as food and housing. It does recognize the legitimacy of Qatar's concerns, though, with that. If we could flesh that out a little more right now, that would be fantastic. If there's any way to really clarify what is this economic aid. However, we are a fan of the legal advice.
Thank you, Bahrain. Who would you like to popcorn to? Keep in mind, this is the second to last person.
We will popcorn to UAE.
UAE?
Yeah. So we're working on, we think that both these resolutions can work hand in hand. By having all workers documented, you're taking a step forward to making sure that we can take care of them. There's nobody off the grid. There's not a lot of, it helps cut down on human trafficking. And by working on the other side of things, by setting up programs to deal with the workers who are caught in these unfortunate programs, we can work at this thing from both angles. Thank you, Chair. I'll popcorn off to Libya.
Libya.
The government of Libya doesn't have much more to add, simply than to say that we look forward to working with our partners in the region on these issues, and that we, despite the conflicts that do exist, and Libya is well aware of the conflict that exists within our own borders, we expect that we will be able to join together to forge a truly stronger union in support of worker and migrant workers' rights.
Thank you, Libya. This does conclude your popcorn style debate. I hope it was helpful. Before I take any more points or motions on the floor, just keep in mind, we are approaching a break. We're about 5 minutes out before we are scheduled to take a break. So just keep that in mind when you make motions. Are there any points or motions on the floor at this time? Yes, Palestine.
Palestine would like to motion for an unmoderated caucus point of parliamentary inquiry.
Yeah.
Is it necessary to indicate the speaker time with unmoderated caucuses?
No, for unmods, you just have to tell me how long it's going to be. That's it.
For 4 minutes.
Okay. Palestine has made a motion for a 4-minute unmod. That is in order. Do I have seconds for this motion?
Second.
Hearing multiple seconds.
Second.
Are there any proceeding points or motions on the floor at this time? Yes, Qatar.
Just a question, Chair. Would we be taking the break before or after that?
After the unmod. So you could, I mean, we're stretching time right now. So if you had more questions, I could answer them and then we'd get right to the time for the break, or I could cut the unmod down a bit and then right after it ends, we'll go right into the break. Up to you all. You may vote accordingly. Yeah. Okay. So having multiple seconds, all those in favor of a 4-minute. Do you have a motion? Yeah, and you do have to motion for the break. I mean, we're getting really close to the break. Tech chair, do you care if it's like 2 minutes before the break for them to motion for it? Okay, cool. So if someone would like to make a motion, you can go straight into the break. I don't mind. So a motion to actually go into break. So you would make a motion to go into a recess until I think you guys are back at 1:20. So the chair would also look favorably upon that motion. Yes, Bahrain.
Bahrain motions for a temporary suspension of the meeting, recess for until 1:20.
That is an order. Do I have seconds for this motion?
Second.
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 Hearing multiple seconds, this does take precedence over the unmod. Please vote now. I do need you guys to vote. We're almost done. We're almost at break. I just need you all to vote. Okay, there it is. Okay, this does pass. So you're on break until 1:20 Eastern Standard Time. Go get lunch, brunch, breakfast, dinner. I don't know what time it is where everyone is, but be back in 20-ish minutes. Thank you. Tech chair. I'll let them go.
All right, everyone, it's 1:20, so we're going to get back to it in just a minute. Kennedy, are you back with us yet?
Give me 1 minute, Michael.
No problem. Before we start back up, does anyone have any questions about how it's been going so far? Anything you want to clear up? You guys have been doing great, so just know that if you're still unsure about it, I think you guys are doing really well, so yeah, keep it up.
Michael, I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
If we have a resolution, can we just throw it in to the chat, or we make a formal motion to propose it?
So the way it works, Kennedy, do you want to explain?
Yeah, sure. So when you're writing a resolution, like, are you finished with one?
No, I'm writing a new one right now.
Okay, so if you're writing a new one, yeah, I would say drop it in the chat and mention that you're starting one during a mod and let everyone know, and then share it, make sure everyone can add on to it. And then once you all are actually finished with a resolution, let me know. You can type in the chat, like, Madam Chair, this draft is ready, and put the link there. At that point, what I'll do is I'll take it, I'll step aside, Vice Chair, i.e. you, Benjamin, will have to take over for a little bit so I can look at it for formatting. Once I bring it back from formatting, I will let you all know I have draft language before me, and that's when you would introduce it and limit it, and we'll go through that process then. Yeah. Cool. Any other questions before we start back again? Nope. Okay, perfect. So welcome back from your break. Before I take a motion to reopen debate, I am going to take roll just to make sure that everyone is here. So if you are a member state, please say present and voting. If you are an observer state, please say present. Algeria.
Present and voting.
Bahrain.
Very present, very voting.
Djibouti.
Present and voting.
Egypt.
Present and voting.
Iraq.
Present and voting.
Jordan.
Present and voting.
Kuwait.
Present and voting.
Lebanon. No Lebanon. Libya.
Present and voting.
Mauritania. Morocco.
Present and voting.
Oman.
Present and voting.
Palestine.
Present and voting.
Qatar.
Present and voting.
Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
Present and voting.
Somalia.
Present and voting.
Sudan.
Present and voting.
Syrian National Coalition. Tunisia.
Present and voting.
United Arab Emirates.
Present and voting.
Yemen.
Present and voting.
Perfect. So we're all here just for majority's sake again with 19 present and voting. Our 1/2 majority will be 10. Our 2/3 majority will be 13. Okay. With that being said, the chair would look favorably upon a motion to reopen debate. Someone could just say so moved out loud, would be fine.
So moved.
Perfect. Do I have seconds for this motion?
Second.
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 Hearing multiple seconds.
Okay.
Perfect. Okay. This does pass. We are now back into topic 3. I'm hearing a bit of an echo. If everyone could just make sure that they're muted if you're not speaking. Perfect, thank you. Okay, so we are back, limited to topic 3. Prior to going in the break, we did still have a motion on the floor made by Palestine. We never voted on it for a 4-minute unmoderated caucus. So that motion is still on the floor. We will now vote on that motion. All those in favor or opposed of Palestine's motion for a 4-minute unmod, please vote now. This does pass. Okay, so we will now go into a 4-minute unmod. Same thing serves as in the past. Go ahead and announce now if you would like to go into one of the other unmod rooms and go ahead and say the purpose. And this main chat will also serve as an unmod. So I'm going to give you 1 minute to do that, and then you have 4 minutes. Go.
Could someone post the link to the UAE's resolution, please? Bahrain's working on the one for Egypt, but does not have the UAE's resolution. Thank you.
And like before, Egypt will be in Unmod Room 1 to discuss the resolution about domestic workers' protections.
Okay, cool. This is, oh, sorry, UAE. This is the one I thought I was working on with Egypt. Have you combined your resolutions?
No, no, they're not combined.
Do we want to have a second unmod room for the database one?
Yeah, that's a good idea.
All right, we'll do 2.
In Egypt, could you send me your resolution? Sorry about that.
Sorry, what did you say, Bahrain?
Oh, never mind. Looks
Yeah,
like
there it is.
Thank you. Sorry, but it looks like these are all the same resolution. Is there only one set of working language going around, or 2? Because I've gotten 4 links to the same resolution.
Delegates, you have 1 minute remaining. Delegates, this does conclude your unmod. Please return to the main chat. All right, is everyone back? Yeah, I think so. Okay, perfect. So I hope that unmod was helpful. Are there any points or motions on the floor at this time? Okay. Yes, UAE.
UAE would like to put forward a motion for 5 minutes of moderated caucus with 30-second speaking times to discuss what we went over in the unmoderated caucus.
Second.
Oh, 1 moment, please.
Sorry.
Okay, sorry. Okay, so that is an order. Do I have seconds for a 5-minute moderated caucus?
Second.
Second.
Okay. Seeing multiple seconds. Are there any? Oh, I think someone still has their mic on. It's just echoing a bit. If you guys don't mind. Thank you so much. Okay. Are there any proceeding points or motions? Yes, Libya. Oh, you were just voting yes or no. Okay. Are there any proceeding points or motions? Yes, Qatar.
Qatar would like to motion to have a 7.5 minute moderated caucus with 30-second speaking time instead.
Same purpose?
Same purpose, yeah.
Okay. That is an order. Do I have seconds for this motion?
Second.
Okay. Hearing a second. We will vote on this motion first, given that it is more disruptive. All those in favor of a 7.5 minute moderated caucus, speakers time 30 seconds to discuss the unmod. Please vote now. Not everyone voted, so if everyone can go ahead and vote now. Okay, perfect. This does fail, so we will now vote on UAE's motion for a 5-minute moderated caucus, speakers time 30 seconds to discuss the unmod. Please vote now. Okay, this does pass. UAE, since you made the motion, would you like to speak first or defer to last?
I'll speak first. To cover what we covered in Unmod Room 2, we want to ensure the right of privacy to the workers in the region to make sure that the information stays in the hands of a international Arab League Council and in the domestic governments and doesn't move outside of those bounds. We've also found a neutral country to set up servers so that this doesn't get caught in the midst of political disputes.
Thank you, Delegate. All those wishing to speak? Yes, Egypt.
While the delegation of Egypt recognizes the importance of the resolution that the UAE was just describing, we do see perhaps a risk in having a database of migrant workers, seeing as the kafala system is still in place and seeing as it is it's a system that disproportionately affects migrant workers who don't have any rights in those countries or have limited rights and have suffered abuses and violations. And we think that a database may make it easier for those violations to occur. So Egypt is just a little bit weary about that resolution.
Thank you, Delegate. All those wishing to speak? Yes, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia, I'm having a bit trouble hearing you. You sound a bit far away. If you wouldn't mind starting over. Okay. Okay. Saudi Arabia, if you want to speak later, I'll make sure that I come back to you, okay? So all those wishing to speak? Yes, Bahrain.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Bahrain is excited about the resolution that Egypt is working on. It has addressed two of its main concerns, which were about state sovereignty and also the effectiveness of these councils to make sure that they were providing government council that was sanctioned by the governments, just so that the governments are okay with it and doesn't impose sovereignty. So it's addressed those 2 points, and it believes this resolution can pass if everyone gets on board and we continue to polish it up and try to get it in before 3 o'clock. Have it passed before 3.
Thank you, Delegate. All those wishing to speak? Yes, Qatar.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Qatar would like to point out to Egypt and others that reform and abolishment in general of kafala and labor rights relies on data and knowing who and where migrant laborers are. So if the workers are undocumented, for example, one cannot even begin to implement reform and help them get paid or help them abolish exit visas or passes and whatnot without even knowing where they are. So Qatar would like to, or Qatar believes that adopting the UAE's resolution is necessary before moving on to its resolution.
Thank you, Delegate. All those wishing to speak? Yes, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. So the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia wants to echo the concerns raised by Egypt earlier regarding the database. The database, we believe, as a Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, that it would be infringing on sovereignty of individual states, and that having one large database about all migrant workers in the Arab League would be incredibly problematic and prone to abuse.
Thank you, Delegate. All those wishing to speak? Yes, Somalia.
Somalia agrees with the potential dangers of a large database and suggests working on protecting the autonomy of migrant workers in host countries, along with creating a database so that they're protected when employers know who.
Thank you, Delegate. All those wishing to speak? Are there any delegates who have not already spoken in this moderated caucus willing to speak? If not, I am more than happy to call it. Oh, okay. Yes, Kuwait. Kuwait.
The delegation of Kuwait is completely agree about the UAE concern, and also I'd like to add that giving the migrant worker freedom to change their employee is important also.
Thank you, Delegate. All those wishing to speak? Yes, Palestine.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. While the delegation of Palestine recognizes and understands Egypt's concern that the database in the UAE's proposal may contribute to the worsening of the situation, the delegation also believes that a database is necessary to the sorts of reforms and proposals that are being made in Egypt's resolution in terms of legal and economic advice, and would like to hear more about why a database will contribute to discrimination.
Thank you, Delegate. Right on time. This will be the second to last speaker of this moderated caucus. All those wishing to speak? Yes, Bahrain.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Bahrain is also concerned that certain delegates from certain countries with certain news sources, named possibly Al Jazeera, which have no concern for privacy, are so eager to create an international database that would have incredibly sensitive information available to each member state. And so for that reason, Bahrain is a little bit leery of this resolution.
Thank you, Delegate. This will be the final speaker of this moderated caucus. All those wishing to speak?
Chair?
Yes.
Qatar motions to introduce a right of reply.
Okay, I figured that's what you're gonna do. Unfortunately, right of replies are only during the general speakers list. So yeah, I'm sorry. So if you would like to respond, you can try to speak, and maybe I'll be nice and call on you. All those wishing to speak? Yes, Qatar.
Qatar would like to point out how this is rich coming from Bahrain, as it is currently a signing member on that document that states data privacy is a priority of this caucus.
Thank you, Delegate. This does conclude your moderated caucus. Are there any points of motions on the floor at this time? I guess I'll let the tech chair clear it out for a second, and then yeah. Okay. Egypt, do you have a motion? No.
I actually did not. Maybe it is my teammate, actually.
Oh, okay. Egypt? Okay. If not, Qatar, do you have a motion?
No, sorry.
Oh, okay. That's fine. So are there any points of motions on the floor at this time? Okay. And, oh, yeah. Yes, Bahrain.
Bahrain motions for a 8-minute moderated caucus popcorn style, 40-second speaker time.
Okay. Just for clarification again, do you want me to do the timing, or do you just want it to go popcorn style where I don't time you, I just time like the 8 minutes overall and just give you that, or do you want the 40-second increments?
Let's go with the just 8 minutes overall.
Sounds good. Okay. That is an order. Do I have seconds for an 8-minute popcorn style debate?
Seconds.
Second.
Hearing multiple seconds, the chair would look favorable upon a motion for a round robin. Could somebody either want to amend that motion, or does someone want to make a motion for a round robin?
Can you quickly describe what that is?
I sure can. So I'm doing this because round robins, everyone is going to get a chance to speak during a round robin. The only thing you'll need to do is set a speaking time So it can be 30 seconds, it can be 45 seconds. I feel like a minute's a skosh long, so I would prefer to cut it at 45 seconds. Then what I will do is I will go down the roster and I will call in every single country and you will get to speak. So we'll set a purpose for the round robin. That's up to whoever makes a motion. What you can do is you can pass if you're not quite ready to speak, and then I'll skip you, go around, and then at the end I'll come back to you. But it's a way that everyone can kind of get their ideas out there. Yeah. All right. So does anyone want to make that motion? If not, it's okay. Alrighty, popcorn it is. Okay, so having multiple seconds for popcorns. Oh. Yes, Bahrain, were you trying to say something?
Yes, can I amend that motion that I made?
You sure can. What would you like to amend it to?
Round robin, 45-second speaker's time.
Yeah. Thank you, Bahrain. Love this. Okay, so that is in order. Do I have seconds for a, oh, and Bahrain, would you mind stating the purpose of the round robin?
Sure. The purpose of the round robin is to discuss working language on the floor and possible additions to it.
Perfect. Okay. Do I have seconds for a round robin with a 45-second speaking time to discuss the working papers on the floor?
Second.
Second.
Perfect. Hearing multiple seconds. All those in favor or opposed, please vote now. All right. Right. This does pass. Bahrain, I'm going to let you decide. I can either go in alphabetical order, I can go in reverse, or I can start from you. What would you like?
Bahrain would prefer reverse alphabetical order.
Reverse alphabetical order it is. So that means, and again, what your options are, you can pass the first time. So if you don't have anything to say, you can pass and I'll skip you and then I'll come back to you at the end, or you can speak. But you have to speak at some point. Okay, so Yemen, you have 45 seconds. Oh, would you like the motion again? Yeah, so Bahrain, can you please restate the full purpose of your motion?
Sure. So the round robin thing that we're doing is to discuss working language on the floor, any draft resolutions, ideas going around for a new draft resolution. So anything pertaining honestly to this topic. It's pretty broad.
Perfect. Alrighty. Yemen, you have 45 seconds.
Yemen would like to skip at the moment.
Okay. All right. So UAE, you have 45 seconds.
Yeah. I'd first like to address some concerns that people brought up about the database. The first thing is that the database access is limited to the workers of the Inter-Arab League organization and the sovereign states. So UAE data will only be accessible to the UAE. And secondarily, there will be no reason to fear misuse of this because nobody who has access to nobody who is the sponsor of a sub person will have access to this data and wouldn't be able to abuse it. It would only be for the government to be able to protect the people.
Thank you, Delegate. Tunisia.
Tunisia would like to skip to a little bit later, if that's all right.
Okay. All right. Sudan.
The delegation of Sudan definitely agrees with the idea of providing some kind of economic stimulus for migrant workers in these developed or less developed countries. And we also agree with the idea of some kind of legal counsel to ensure legal rights. In addition to that, we really believe that economic migrants are a huge part of what's providing like propping up like these less developed economies. So we really want to focus on, since Sudan is an oil-based economy, diversifying the economy and bringing jobs in different sectors in order to ensure more prosperity and fair wages among migrants within those less developed countries. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Somalia.
Somalia would like to pass for the moment.
Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
Kingdom of Saudi Arabia would like to pass for now. Thank you.
Alrighty. Qatar.
Qatar would like to echo the sentiments of the UAE in that although the concerns for data privacy are valid, only those deemed responsible in the Arab League and or respective countries would be in charge of the data of migrant laborers. And once again, in order to enact any sort of resolution on this topic, we need data on the migrant laborers in order to move forward. So Qatar does not really see the point of doing anything without enacting the UAE and co-sponsor Qatar's resolution.
Thank you, Delegate. Palestine.
Palestine agrees with the UAE and Qatar about the importance of the database in the UAE's resolution and believes that it should be as UAE has suggested the database should ensure a connection between migrant workers and an independent body that does not contact the employer.
Thank you, Delegate. Oman.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I suppose Oman would like to begin by thanking the UAE for clarifying the details of its working resolution. And I feel that that clears up a lot of questions that I had about it, especially with the security ramifications. But with that aside, on the domestic workers protections resolution, Oman would also like to voice its support in that it feels that providing legal counsel for economic migrants who don't have the funding to do so is among the most important facets of ensuring the protection of their human rights.
Thank you, Delegate. Morocco. Morocco. Here. We'll come back to Libya. Libya. All right.
Sorry, I was having an issue with my mic.
Oh, okay. Okay, go ahead.
Could you repeat the question, please?
Yes, so the purpose of the round robin is really pretty broad, but just discuss any working papers that are on the floor currently, or just any ideas for solutions in general.
Libya doesn't have any comment, I guess.
Okay. All right. Kuwait.
Kuwait echoes the UAE, Qatar, and Palestine. We understand the security concerns that would come with a large database, but we've made it clear that that information will remain within that state. And further, we feel a database would be necessary as a starting off point to ensure protections. And that's all.
Thank you, Delegate. Jordan.
The Kingdom of Jordan would like to voice its support for Egypt's resolution on domestic workers and believes in the necessity of economic support and legal counsel for these domestic workers. I think that, or Jordan thinks that the resolution could use a little bit of clarification on the access mechanism for this legal counsel. Because while, as Oman pointed out, the funding is really important, Jordan also expresses concern over the mechanism for these female domestic workers accessing the legal counsel.
Thank you, Delegate. Iraq.
Iraq would like to support the Bahrain and UAE resolution as long as this resolution enabling migrant workers to change their careers without getting permission from their employers.
Thank you, Delegate. Egypt.
Egypt would like to thank all other delegations for their support on our resolution about domestic worker protections in the Arab League. We do recognize a lot of the other concerns and comments, and if those delegations who voiced them would add what they believe would be prudent for them into the document, that would be great, and we can discuss that in UNMAD perhaps. As far as the access goes, that can be added to one of the roles of these legal councils. And as you will see, there is an oversight committee as well that is going to regulate those things. So yes, it does need to be fleshed out, and we would appreciate your help with that.
Thank you, Delegate. Djibouti.
Djibouti finds the resolution proposed by Egypt, UAE, Bahrain, and Saudi Arabia as encouraging and progressive, and views that a draft resolution would eventually need to facilitate the movement of migrant workers and encourage labor agreements between Arab states. And given that some states with Djibouti have canceled their labor agreements, Djibouti sees that certain efforts in this realm would possibly resume and encourage further labor agreements, and looks forward to defining more terms such as safe housing and other issues in the UNMAD.
Thank you, Delegate. Comoros.
Comoros supports UAE's resolution for worker database. In addition to Qatar's and Palestine's points, we believe that Comoros believes that it would be a very effective way of tracking migrant workers as we have a high population of them. And so we are in agreement with this resolution.
Bahrain.
Bahrain would like to voice some concerns over the resolution on a database of workers. Although the delegates from both Qatar and the UAE have assured us that the security of this information will be ensured, we would like to bring up that it's possible that hackers could take this information, and that there's also precedent of this in 2017 when the Qatar news agency was hacked and a fake news story was released. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Algeria.
Algeria would like to echo the sentiment of Oman and thank the UAE for the clarification for the database resolution. And we fully support this resolution as long as the information remain within that country. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. So I will now go back to Morocco.
The Kingdom of Morocco supports Egypt's resolution and agrees with the emphasis on the necessity of economic support and legal counsel for these domestic workers. We also would like to see a solution that involves a guarantee that there will be an effort to put an end to discrimination against migrant workers in the work field in Morocco, as well as increased security towards sub-Saharan communities there.
Thank you, Delegate. Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
Sorry. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia just echoes its past support for Egypt's resolution.
Thank you, Delegate. Somalia.
Somalia supports Egypt's resolution and feels that in order for it to be successful, it's important to implement legal protection of migrant autonomy.
Thank you, Delegate. Tunisia.
Tunisia would also like to express its support for Egypt's resolution, and we'd also like to implement more formal procedures to proactively identify the most affected workers. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. And Yemen.
At this time, Yemen would like to withdraw its support for the UAE and Qatar database resolution. We believe that having such like a large amount of consolidated data might prove to be dangerous for us because the controlling countries might not recognize us or might give the other governments who are trying to take hold of our country, give them the information, that data, and reject us, and that might prove to be dangerous for us. And so we'd like to retract our support.
Thank you, Delegate. Okay, this does conclude your round robin. Are there any points of motions on the floor at this time? Yes, Qatar?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Qatar would like to introduce the draft resolution.
Okay, so you have one complete, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, so what we gotta do first, can you put it in the, oh, there it is. Okay, so.
No, this is.
That one, okay. So here's what's gonna happen. Vice Chair, you get to take over for a little bit, so yay.
Gonna need Michael's help.
Yeah, so what you can do, if you, since you've never chaired before, right?
No.
Okay, what's easy, it shouldn't take me long. I'm just gonna go over formatting. If you wanna do an unmod to work on other resolutions that are on the floor, you can, and that gives you time. So you can just you just have to time them for the unmod. Or you can give it a crack at mods and ask Michael, but I'm gonna go look at this draft, okay? So Vice Chair, please take over. Be nice to my Vice Chair, everyone.
Thank you, Chair. Michael, if you could help, that would be great.
Sure, I'll do the first one if you want, and then you have to do it after that. Okay.
Okay, I think I changed the access settings with that link. If fellow delegates can let me know if you can now view it, that'd be great.
Great. Are there any points of motions on the floor at this time? Yes, Bahrain.
Bahrain motions for a 7-minute moderated caucus popcorn style.
That is in order. Do you want speaking time or do you want it free flow?
Free flow.
Sounds good. We have a motion for a 7-minute moderated caucus free flow popcorn style. Do I hear any seconds?
Second.
Having 1 second, are there any other points of motions on the floor at this time? Seeing no other points of motions on the floor at this time, all those in favor of a 7-minute moderated caucus popcorn style, please vote yes or no now. All right, great, that does pass. So you have 7 minutes starting now. And it was, sorry, who made the original motion? Was that you, Bahrain?
Yes.
Okay, would you like to start or would you like to go last?
I'd like to start, please.
Okay, your time is starting now.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Bahrain has viewed the proposed resolution delivered by Qatar and deems it an insult to its sovereignty, and to its morality, and to everything else good that Bahrain stands for. Bahrain is not a state like Qatar, which was pretty much, as another ambassador put it, a backwater to Saudi Arabia until just a few decades ago. And so it finds Qatar's calling it the Bahrain issue ridiculous. We have a blockade against Qatar because of the Qatar issue. And Qatar, and so that is why Bahrain is hesitant to endorse such a resolution from the member state of Qatar. Anyone else like to address this draft language?
It is popcorn style Bahrain.
Yes, who would you like to assign to next?
Qatar, please.
Go ahead, Qatar.
I would say thank you, but I will refrain in this case. Qatar would like to point out to all of my or all of its fellow delegates that not only has Bahrain itself infringed upon Qatar's sovereignty and right to self-determination by its blockade and serious threats to maritime and land peacefulness, but it also has continued to harass Qatar throughout this whole caucus and session, and threatens through its rambunctious behavior to sideline and distract us from adopting an efficacious resolution. I would like to call on Bahrain to respond.
Bahrain would like Qatar to point out specific actions that Bahrain has taken to decrease the effectiveness of this session. Bahrain is actively working on the effective resolution, the Domestic Workers Protection Resolution, and is an active sponsor of such resolution. This one is well fleshed out, and so I would like to know how exactly Bahrain has infringed on sovereignty through its participation in this meeting. Egypt.
Yes. So concerning the draft language on the floor about the Bahrain issue, Egypt obviously cannot support this, especially considering that Egypt vehemently supports the blockade and embargo against Qatar and will continue to do so. As far as the domestic workers resolution, we believe that is a much more robust resolution and has the support of many more delegates. So if we could please focus on this resolution and perhaps the others that are more relevant to all member states, that would be very much appreciated by the delegation of Egypt. I will popcorn now to, does anyone want to speak? If they can indicate that to me, that would be great. Or if not, I'll popcorn to Qatar.
Qatar would like to remind Egypt and Bahrain and the rest of the delegates that such mentioned infringement upon the rights and sovereignty of Qatar is the obvious embargo. Qatar cannot access basic supplies without circumventing to nearby nations, like the one to the northeast that I will not mention, and other ones to the northwest, like Turkey. Nevertheless, Qatar firmly believes, vehemently believes, that we cannot adopt any resolution without dealing with Bahrain, especially because it keeps interrupting, yelling, and using inflammatory language against Qatar. I pick Djibouti to speak.
Djibouti, do you accept?
Sure. Djibouti does not have a comment right now, so I turn it over to Jordan.
Jordan echoes the sentiments of Egypt and cannot support the anti-Bahrain legislation and believes that it is in many ways detracting from the resolution that we have on the floor, which is very robust, the one that Egypt has largely worked with Bahrain on, the domestic workers resolution, and the Kingdom of Jordan would look for further debate and hopefully passing that resolution shortly. Popcorn to anyone want to, the UAE, I believe you wanted to speak.
Thank you, Delegate. The UAE stands strongly against any measure that threatens the sovereignty of another Arab League state, notably Bahrain. The UAE would like to give a firm warning to Qatar to cease and desist with its provocative actions against fellow members of the League of Arab States.
You have to call on someone, UAE.
I'll pass it off to Bahrain.
And Bahrain, before you speak, Somalia, you said you had a question. Is that procedural, or do you have is that about the flow of the debate, or do you have a question about?
No, it's part of the debate.
Okay, then yeah, we'll wait for you to get called on. Then Bahrain, you have the floor.
Bahrain actually sees some good in the resolution proposed by Qatar and believes that the similar language could be proposed. for, oh no, am I frozen?
You're good. We can hear and see.
Oh, you can hear me?
Yeah, you're good.
Okay, but good. It sees some good in the resolution proposed by Bahrain, Qatar, and proposes such a resolution be redrafted for all member states in violation of the rights of migrant workers, such as one member state that had about 4,000 workers die before the World Cup in Qatar. And so it would propose such a resolution to be delivered to all violating member states, such as one that I won't talk about.
That exhausts your unmod time, and I believe your chair has returned to us. So, Madam Chair, you may take over.
Thank you, Tech Vice Chairperson. Okay. So this is my one thing. I'm very picky about draft language, so this is not anything personal on anyone. I was gonna kind of chew out experience model people for if you see the draft. Do not, Qatar, this isn't on you. Do not send me draft language that is not fully ready. This is not your fault. For a draft, you have to have at least 5 people on it between sponsors and signatories. So, Qatar, if you can get some people on the draft with you, either in sponsor form or signatory, I can accept it. There are not enough people on it right now, so as of now, I can't accept it as like draft language before me. I will give you snaps for formatting was pretty good. Just make sure you have tabs over with like those parts, but other than that, you're okay. So in the time between doing other mods and unmods, just for everyone's purpose, make sure that 1/4 of the body is going to be split between signatories and sponsors. I don't particularly care where they are. It just has to be 5 people. So with that being said, are there any points of motion on the floor at this time? Qatar, hopefully you can get a few more people just to get on there in different places, and then I can accept it. Yeah, but I'll be kind of chill on formatting, but okay. So are there any points of motion on the floor at this time? Oh, sorry, Qatar.
I was just saying thank you.
Oh, yeah, no, but thank you for having the first draft in. I love to see draft resolution, and round of applause for never doing model before and getting me a draft. Drafts are the scariest part of this. I can attest to that. Hated doing drafts when I started this, so great job. Are there any points of motion on the floor at this time? Yes, Bahrain.
Bahrain motions for a 8-minute moderated caucus, 30-second speaker's time, to discuss either finalizations to draft language or possible new draft language.
That is in order. Do I have any preceding points of motions? Yes, Sudan. Oh, I'm sorry, actually Sudan, right before I do that, I'm sorry. Do I have seconds for Bahrain's motion for an 8-minute moderated caucus?
Second.
Okay. Having multiple seconds. Sudan, you had a motion?
Yeah, motion for a 10-minute unmoderated caucus just to work on resolutions.
Okay. I'm going to ask, just for my own sake, there are other drafts on the floor, correct?
There are 3 total.
3 total. Are we close? Okay, perfect. Okay, that is in order. Do I have seconds for a 10-minute unmod?
Second.
Second.
Having multiple seconds, all those in favor or opposed, we will vote on the unmod first, given that is most disruptive, so please vote now. Okay, this does pass. So again, I'm going to give you a minute of grace period to decide what unmod rooms you're going to go into. And then after that, you have 10 minutes. You can announce it out loud here and go ahead and type it on the sheet as well. Go ahead.
Hi,
All
so
those
Egypt will be in unmod room 1, like usual.
That's what I was going to say.
Palestine agrees that the document is nearly ready and supports the resolution.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Somalia is wondering if the resolution only applies to foreign migrant workers or if it also applies to internal migrants.
Delegates, you have 1 minute remaining. Delegates, this does conclude your unmod. Please return to the main chat. Okay, I hope you all had a productive unmod. Also, just thank you from the chair for being really prompt about getting out of the unmod rooms. Last time we did this, to no one's fault. Sometimes people would like lag behind in the unmod rooms, kind of hang out and still talk. So I really appreciate you guys being super prompt. So there actually still is a motion on the floor made by Bahrain for an 8-minute moderated caucus. Speakers time 30 seconds to discuss any working papers that are on the floor. Are there any preceding points or motions? Vote. Seeing.
Quick question, Chair.
Yeah.
Can someone please send can someone please send Egypt's resolution? I don't see it. Thanks.
Alrighty. I think we're getting some things sent. Okay, so if someone could get that sent over, that would be fantastic. Seeing no preceding points or motions, we will vote on Bahrain's motion for an 8-minute moderated caucus. Speakers time 30 seconds to discuss working papers. All those in favor or opposed, please vote now. All right. This does pass. Bahrain, since you made the motion, would you like to speak first or defer to last?
I'd like to defer to last, please.
Okay. All those wishing to speak? Yes, Qatar.
Qatar just has a small point about the language in the domestic worker protection resolution. It does focus primarily on female migrant domestic workers, although there are notably cases of male migrant domestic workers. So this language would therefore prevent rights extending to male domestic workers.
Thank you, Delegate. All those wishing to speak? Yes, Saudi Arabia.
Saudi Arabia would have to echo those concerns. I guess Saudi Arabia is a little bit confused as to why the first few statements specifically target female migrant domestic workers when the document as a whole seems to be addressing migrant worker rights in general, not specifically just women's rights.
Thank you, Delegate. All those wishing to speak? Yes, Egypt.
So the delegation of Egypt would like to address some of the concerns that have been raised about the domestic workers protection document. So it is known throughout the Arab League and among all of us that female domestic workers and female migrants in general are not generally protected under most labor laws, the kafala system completely included. The reason why we have this resolution just for female migrant workers is because they disproportionately face specific abuses and violations of their rights, workers' rights, humans' rights, etc. that male, sorry.
Thank you, Delegate. I'm so sorry. I did not give you your 10-second warning. All those wishing to speak? Yes, UAE.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The UAE has updated some of the language on the draft resolution about the worker database. As of now, each database will be within the sovereign country, and the international organization will be able to access the data through the cloud. We have developed a cybersecurity department to make sure that this data is safe, and we have also allowed for regular inspections from delegations from each and every member of the League of Arab States to make sure that things are going according to.
Thank you, Delegate. All those wishing to speak? Yes, Bahrain.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Pertaining to the domestic workers protection draft language, Bahrain is willing to change the draft language so that it focuses on both male and female migrants. We might include a clause there that talks about focuses on female migrants as they suffer more than male migrants. And so we can include a clause there, though Bahrain agrees with other member states that we should make it clear that this is for both males and females.
Thank you, Delegate. Right on time. All those wishing to speak? Yes, Saudi Arabia.
Sorry, I think that was clicked on before Saudi Arabia withdraws its request to speak.
Okay. All those wishing to speak? Yes, Qatar.
Qatar would like to, although again, Qatar recognizes the importance of data privacy of citizens and migrant laborers and all the concerns voiced by the likes of Egypt and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and Bahrain. Qatar would like to point out that, nevertheless, breaches of secure and importantly private data of governments is highly unusual and also extremely unlikely. And given that we're prioritizing the privacy of this data, it's unlikely to happen.
Thank you, Delegate. Right on time. All those wishing to speak? Somalia.
Somalia would like to know how the worker database would accommodate countries who don't have the resources or political stability to maintain their own database.
Thank you, Delegate. All those wishing to speak? I will call on a delegate who's already spoken, but again, I would just like to remind the body, when you all vote in such a large majority for these, just be advised that I do expect that that means a lot of you have something to say. Yes, UAE.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. All funding for this operation will be provided by the UAE and Qatar. And secondarily, there will not be servers in every single member of the Arab League. There will be servers in only the countries that have migrant workers. So it's not every country; it's just the countries that have migrant workers.
Thank you, Delegate. All those wishing to speak? Yes, Sudan.
The delegation of Sudan would definitely like to emphasize and encourage the participation of more female migrant laborers in the workforce in these less developed countries who lack like certain women's rights policies due to the fact that the labor force participation rate for women has been a lot less in these countries. So we would like to emphasize that even though the topic centralizes around migrant workers in general. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. All those wishing to speak? Yes, Egypt.
Egypt has been working on some of the draft language for the Domestic Workers Protection Resolution and actually wonders why some delegations may find that it isn't female migrant focused, where each clause actually mentions specific language about female migrants and addresses their specific needs. Again, if any delegation may have something to add, please add that.
Thank you, delegate. Okay. All those wishing to speak? Yes, Bahrain.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Regarding Egypt's comment, Bahrain believes it could be useful to talk a little bit about female migrant workers as they are disproportionately affected. However, Bahrain is going to take the liberty, if Egypt and other member states are okay with it, to change a lot of the clauses so they just focus on migrant workers if the other member states are okay with that.
Thank you, delegate. All those wishing to speak? Yes, Morocco.
Morocco believes that if we are extending new rights to female migrant laborers, that we should also extend those to men because we don't want to leave anybody out with these new opportunities.
Thank you, delegate. All those wishing to speak? Yes, Saudi Arabia.
Saudi Arabia amends its earlier statement claiming that the resolution does not target female migrant domestic workers. That was an oversight. It does. And Saudi Arabia is amenable to either the resolution specifically targeting female migrant domestic workers or targeting all migrant domestic workers in general.
Thank you, delegate. All those wishing to speak? Yes, Qatar.
Qatar would like to ask the sponsors and writers of the resolution on domestic workers how they are going to start, given that they are not using any source of data to track abuses of said workers, nor where they are. That's not mentioned in the resolution, but it is mentioned in the resolution supported by Qatar and the UAE. And so these two drafts can actually be combined and work synergistically. So please sign on to our resolution.
Thank you, delegate. This will be the final speaker of this moderated caucus before I defer back to Bahrain. All those wishing to speak? Yes, Egypt.
Egypt is very pleased with all of the comments about the Domestic Workers Protection Resolution. As far as Qatar's comments go about combining the resolutions, this is not an option for any of the sponsors or signatories. We disagree with this. And also information about human rights abuses and abuses towards female migrant workers can be found elsewhere, not just within the Arab League. Oh, is that the time? Okay.
No, that's 10 seconds.
Okay, well, that's okay.
Okay. Sorry for the confusion. Yeah, just for everyone, this is 10. This is time. I hope it doesn't. I don't want to confuse you guys. Okay. Bahrain, you have 30 seconds.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Just to echo the sentiments of Egypt, this document is primarily a resource guide. The legal advice is not mandatory. It is for those who come and seek it. Same with the shelter. And so a database is not necessary for these types of activities. Also, a database would be needed in the places where there are most migrant worker abuses, aka in countries where a database cannot be formed. And so it is not counterproductive, but pretty close to that. And so a database would not be very effective. We would not like to include it.
Thank you, delegate. This does conclude your moderated caucus. Are there any points or motions on the floor at this time not being made by Bahrain or UAE? You both are cut off from making motions until further notice. I want other people to make them. Qatar, you've made motions, but I guess I didn't say you, so yes. Yes, Qatar.
Sorry. Qatar would like to formally introduce the draft resolution of Egypt into the caucus.
Is it in the chat? Which one is it?
It's
the one Andrew sent?
I don't know.
Bahrain. Here, Egypt, can you please put, okay. Is it, Emma, the one you just sent is the Egypt doc, correct?
All right, I'm sorry. Is there a motion to expedite, like to go immediately to debate?
So as far as draft resolutions go, you cannot go, you can't immediately, like, I have to look at it first and I have to check it for formatting. You can discuss loosely the merits of working papers on the floor in the hypothetical because technically it's not introduced yet. It'll just take me a few minutes. So Vice Chair, take over so I can go look at this.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
And I think Michael is in the background if you need him. And I'm throwing someone who I saw get on under the bus. Sydney Jones is on here. I would make her help. Ask her for help if you need it. Okay, I will be back.
Please help Sydney, but I'll do my best. In the meantime, are there any points or motions on the floor? Yes, UAE.
I would also like to submit the worker database resolution to the chair.
Oh, just put it in the chat. I'll look at it. I'll do one big draft dump.
Thanks, Candy. Okay, so it's already in the chat, delegate. That being said, Bahrain.
Bahrain motions for another round-robin style moderated caucus. Speakers time 45 seconds so that everyone can express which resolutions they're focusing on, which ones they want to amend, and so on and so forth.
Okay, is there a second for that motion?
Second.
Okay, having heard multiple seconds, please take the time now to vote either yes or no to do a round-robin discussion. How long was it, Bahrain? Can you repeat that?
Sure, 45 seconds speaker time.
And for 10 minutes?
Yeah, whatever it takes for everyone.
I can explain. Sorry, I'm still listening. So for round robins, it's just the speaking time. So if you said 45 seconds, you'll just start at a place on the roster and everyone can speak, or then they can pass and you come back to them at the end.
Okay, Kennedy?
Yeah.
Is this a simple majority?
You need a 2/3 majority, so you need at least 13 people.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah. I think, right. Michael, that's right. Yeah. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, for super, 13 for this one to pass.
Yeah.
Okay. Can I vote?
Yes, you can, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Tech Chair. All right. Everyone voted. The Syrian National.
Syria's coming later today. So
coming later today.
If it adds up to
it does not pass. It does not pass, unfortunately, Bahrain. Are there any other points or motions on the floor?
And Benjamin, if there aren't any, you can go to the topic 3 speakers list, and Morocco would be your first person.
Okay, and just for clarification, Michael, how long would those speakers speak for?
I think Kennedy originally set it for 45
1 minute.
seconds. 1 minute? Okay, yeah, so it's 1 minute per speaker.
Okay, so if there are no points or motions on the floor, we'll move to the Okay, yeah. Move to the topic 3 speaker list, starting with Morocco. So Morocco, you have 1 minute, and following Chair Kennedy's example, I will snap for 10 seconds and clap when you're out of time. So Morocco, your 1 minute begins now.
Thank you, Vice Chair. In terms of the 2 drafts on the table, I just want to say that Morocco is
To remind Morocco, there are currently 3 drafts on the table.
Oh, 3 drafts. My mistake. Morocco is wondering if they all 3 include illegal and legal migrant workers to countries, because Morocco is specifically concerned with sub-Saharan illegal migrant workers. And then that is my only, well, actually, in terms of the domestic worker draft, has it been changed to include men and women yet? Those are the 2 concerns Morocco has on topic 3. Thank you.
Thank you, Morocco.
Hey, Vice Chair, I'll actually cut you off. That's good timing with the speakers list.
Okay.
Thank you for taking over. But I'm probably going to make you take over in just a second. UAE, can you please put your draft back in the chat for me so I can look at it? The one that was sent to me, I believe that's Egypt's working paper. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to accept it, but I'm going to make you guys do a lot of work and amendments. It doesn't read like a sentence. So just for drafts, I'm just going to do an example. So like in this hypothetical clause 1, it says establishes 1 legal counsel, like that one. At the end of it, that should flow into the subclauses. So typically where it says with focus on female migrant workers, appoints a minimum, that's not a sentence. So I'm going to accept it. You all just have to make sure you do the amendments to fix it, to make sure it reads like a sentence for me. But I'm going to look at UAEs so that we can have all of them kind of in and done. And then when I come back, I can look for motions to introduce. So Vice Chair, you're doing fantastic. I'm listening in. You're doing great.
Thank you, Ms. Chair.
Take over. You don't have to call me Miss. I'm like, it's cool.
Yeah, that's true. That was dumb. Thank you.
No,
Chair.
you're fine. So Vice.
Do I? Okay, you're fine.
Oh, what?
Do I now call for a pointer motion or just continue the speaking list?
You can call for a pointer motion and see if anyone has one. If no one does, you can go back to the speakers list.
Okay. As of now, are there any standing points or motions any delegation would like to present? UAE, I saw your hand wave. Is that just a wave or a request to speak? Gotcha. Okay. Well, then moving forward, if no delegation would like to speak or raise a pointer motion. Palestine, yes.
Palestine would like to move for an 3-minute unmoderated caucus to modify the language, or unmoderated. So to move for a 3-minute unmoderated caucus.
Is there any seconds for that?
Seconds.
Okay,
Second.
1 second. Iraq, do you have a pointer motion to raise at the moment?
Yeah, in regard to Egypt resolution, I do see that the migrant workers are able to move or to change their careers or without permission from their
So
employer.
do you have a pointer motion to raise, Iraq? If not, you'll have to wait a minute. Bahrain, do you have anything to raise?
Yeah, Bahrain would like to motion for a 5-minute unmoderated caucus to discuss any edits to the working language on the floor.
Okay, are there any seconds to that motion?
Second.
Okay, given that that is a more constructive and longer motion, we will vote on it, so please vote now.
Hey, Vice Chair, I lied. I'm so sorry. Okay, this is what happens when I do drafts. You can keep that, leave the votes there. So with the worker database one, when you have clauses, subclauses, or subclauses, you always have to have another one. So like if you have a subclause I, you have to have a subclause II. So if the authors on that can just go in and like reconfigure it for me to get it that way, that would be fantastic. So just that, everybody keep that in mind when you're writing resolutions. If you have a clause 1, you need clause 2. You have a subclause A, you need subclause B, and subclauses and all that. And as far as I've just noticed, a lot of people are also doing like bold and underline for like the start of clauses, like subclauses. You only have to bold and underline the start of the clause. So subclauses, you're fine. Yeah, thank you so much for doing that. Okay, thank you. Okay, Vice Chair, your turn. I'm almost done. It'll be like 2 more minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Unless I'm mistaken, Kuwait, you cannot abstain from this. You have to either vote yes or no. Okay, thanks. All right, so this passes unanimously. So we will now proceed for a unmoderated 5-minute discussion, breakout. You can proceed to whichever room for discussion you'd like.
Egypt is in Unmod 1.
And I'll be in room 2 like normal.
All right.
Okay. Chair, am I handing it off back to you?
All right. So I'm with an oddball.
Okay, we finished up committee.
It. Oh. Oh. Was that Michael?
I think you're breaking up, Chair.
No. Okay, so oh, can you hear me?
Yeah, you're a little bit choppy, Kennedy. I can take over, but try speaking a little bit.
Is it better now?
A little bit laggy. Keep going. If it's too bad, I'll just take over. We have a break coming up, so either way works.
Yeah, I was just saying we have a break coming up. So if someone wants to go ahead and make that motion, we can go ahead into the break. And then when we come back, we'll dive into drafts a little bit. Sound good? Does anyone feel moved to make a motion? Not Bahrain though. Anybody but him. Somebody new. Come on. I will be so happy.
Yemen moves to make a motion for recess. Is
that is an order. Do I have seconds for Yemen's motion?
Second.
Second. Multiple seconds. Yeah. Thank you, Yemen. I'm very proud. Give me just a hand raise. All those in favor? Yep. Give me like a something. Yep. Any opposed? All right. Well, sorry, Cutter. Okay, so we're in recess until, oh gosh, what time? 3:15 Eastern Standard Time. It's on there. So please be back then. Enjoy your break.
All right, everyone, it's 3:15. Hopefully you're back with us. Awesome. Glad we didn't lose you guys. Whenever you're ready, Kennedy.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, I tried to raise my phone.
Yes, we can.
Perfect. Okay. Before I take roll and we get back into it, Michael, would you mind? I just want to do a quick draft language refresher with everyone, just because it saves a lot of time when it's done kind of before I look at it, because it couldn't get bogged down in the amendment process. So as far as little things of formatting, Michael, if you wouldn't mind scrolling down to like the first clause. So like I said, you don't have to bold or underline anything here, which I think you all did. The hardest part is going to be that reading like a sentence thing. Sometimes it's, it's kind of funky in reading this example, I guess. But see how here this all reads like one sentence. So just make sure whenever you are making clauses and subclauses and subclauses that they're going to read accordingly. I don't usually do it this way where it's kind of like that. I typically do something where it would say like which will be comprised of, and you can do it that way, but this way is fine. But just make sure you do this, because while I'm gonna let it go this time and let you all fix it in amendments, just because I really want you all to get draft language in, it's gonna take a while in amendments. Like someone's gonna have to go through and type amendments to fix all the little grammatical things. But I fixed the like punctuation things. But Michael, I think, yeah, page 23 in the handbook, always flip there to refer to it. Feel free while you're writing something, if you just want me to like check over it before you even introduce it, just let me know. Are there any questions about draft language before we start? No. Michael, do you have any clarifying notes you think of?
No. Yeah, pretty basic. Just make sure you're ending with, yeah, you don't have a period anywhere in here except at the very end. So that's really just the main thing.
Yeah. Oh, and then with the ands, where's the and? Like, just right there. You see like the end of the clause before you get to the last thing. Throw an and. It's easy stuff, but it's kind of just like little nuances. Okay. Just keep those things in mind.
Kennedy, I'm going to jump in real quick. One thing you can do is once you have a draft, like once you have a resolution that is properly formatted, you can like take out all the substantive stuff and just leave the format as it is, kind of. So you can create like your own template where you just plug in the resolution info. So yeah, just like once you figure out like the method to create the correct one, don't just like delete it for your next one. Like keep the format and just re-enter the pertinent info for your next resolution. So yeah, you can create a template, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Okay. Awesome. Thank you, Michael. Okay. I'm going to take roll really fast to make sure everybody is back in. So if you're a member country, please stay present and voting. An observer state, please stay present. Algeria.
Present and voting.
Bahrain.
Present and voting.
Comoros.
Present and voting.
Djibouti.
Present and voting.
Egypt.
Present
Egypt.
and voting.
Okay. Iraq.
Present and voting.
Jordan,
Present and voting.
Kuwait,
Present and voting.
Lebanon, Lebanon. We don't have them. Libya,
Present and voting.
we don't have Mauritania. Morocco,
Present and voting.
Oman,
Present and voting.
Palestine. Palestine,
Present and voting.
okay. Qatar,
Present and voting.
Kingdom of Saudi Arabia,
Present and voting.
Somalia,
Present and voting.
Sudan,
Present and voting.
Syrian National Coalition, Tunisia,
Present and voting.
United Arab Emirates,
Present and voting.
Yemen.
Present and voting.
Okay, perfect. Everybody is here. Everybody's back. Perfect. Is there a motion on the floor to reopen debate? You don't have to click on the thing. I'll just take a so moved. Yeah. Okay. Perfect. Are there seconds?
What is the motion?
To reopen debate.
Second.
Awesome. Okay. You can just give me like a little hand wave. All those in favor and opposed. We don't really have to vote. I mean, kind of have to open. Okay, perfect. So we are now back open to topic 3. Chair's discretion. Here's what I'm going to do. For the worker database, you have 4 people on the dock. I need 5. Oh, never mind. You got 5. Psych. Okay, fun. Okay. So I have 2 working papers. I heard there were 3. I have the domestic worker protection resolution and the worker database. Who has the 3rd?
Qatar still has its resolution on Council of Controlling Bahrain.
Oh, okay. So thank you for the clarification, Qatar. So I have seen those. I have seen the worker database and the domestic worker one. I've approved those. Just make sure that when we limit to them, that in the amendment process, you make sure that they read like a sentence, do whatever you need to do to make that happen. I've done most of the little formatty things though. So are there any points or motions on the floor, keeping in mind that I do have draft language before me? Yes, Qatar.
Qatar would just like to remind all of the delegations that it has changed the language of its resolution.
Yeah, thank you, Qatar. So sorry, but that's dilatory. Are there any points or motions on the floor at this time? Yes, UAE.
All right, yeah. The UAE moves to introduce all draft language before the chair. Point of parliamentary inquiry.
Yeah.
Do I have to specify which?
So you can either do like you did, all draft language, and I'll take all of them. If you want to specify, you can.
Yeah, we'll go with all draft language.
Okay, perfect. So there has been a motion on the floor to introduce any and all draft language before the chair. Do I have seconds?
Second.
Second.
Hearing multiple seconds here. So before we get into it, let me explain what's going to happen. I have gone ahead and numbered them. So in the order, so domestic, we will do. So domestic is social 3B and worker database is social 3A. So we're going to go A to B. So what will happen is I will ask the authors to read the operative clauses. Tech Chair, do you have these docs?
If you could repost them, it'll be easier to pull them up.
Okay. Would someone mind putting those links in for Michael? Okay, perfect. Thank you, that's one. And then what'll happen, I'll just say like authors of Social 3A, could you please read the operative clauses? And you all, just the sponsors, will rotate reading from be it hereby resolved that the League of Arab States down into the end. And at that point, after all of them are read, then you will start limiting to the individual draft languages. So,
point of parliamentary inquiry.
Yeah.
Is it possible that we can find some way to introduce draft language 3B before 3A?
I can switch it. Yeah, that's fine. I'll swap it so that worker database will now be 3B and domestic worker will be 3A. Okay. So Michael, I think 3A was sent to you in the thing. It's the one that Andrew sent. Perfect. Thank you. Okay. Oh, I can always do it. Oh. Okay, awesome. So if the authors of Social 3A could please read the operative clauses.
I'm so sorry. It's this part that starts as establishes, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Correct.
So establishes one legal counsel in each consenting member state that will handle the affairs of its migrant domestic workers with a focus on female migrant workers by appointing a minimum of 5 legal experts from each consenting member state, a number which may expand according to the needs of certain member states at the recommendation and approval of the Oversight Committee, employing recognized experts in migration law, focusing on the state's labor relations with other member states, and imploring that each legal counsel respect their member states' current labor regulations.
It designates a council within the Arab League to distribute funding and oversight to the member states' individual legal advice councils designated above, which will be comprised of 2 technocrats from each member state that will be determined by the member states themselves and approved by the Arab League's Social Council. Rotate the technocrats every 4 years, starting in 2024, meet semi-annually until 2025, after which it will meet annually, and be hosted by each consenting member state on a rotating basis, beginning with Egypt.
Designates that the definition of female migrant domestic worker within the Arab League as a female citizen of Arab League member states working outside of the country of her official nationality and being employed in occupations primarily in domestic work, both under the sponsorship of an individual or under sponsorship of a company.
Complete. I can't. Provide legal protection for female migrant domestic worker who have pursued a legal case against this employee, such as ensuring that female worker will not be returned to their employee for duration and legal process, and second, guarantee safe and decent housing for female worker during legal process.
And affirms that funding for both the Legal Counsel and Oversight Committee will be provided by the following member states: Egypt, B. Saudi Arabia, C. Bahrain.
And I think we skipped number 5. So 5 is establishes the legal counsel's obligation to ensure that safe houses for female migrant workers and victims of human trafficking are available and accessible to female migrant domestic workers, that provide temporary housing, food, healthcare, and sanitation resources as deemed necessary by the member state, and would be approved and supervised by the aforementioned Arab League oversight councils.
Perfect. Thank you, Egypt, and thank you, authors. Okay, so now if we could pull up the worker database doc or social affairs, if you get
Kind of do Might be losing you. Is everyone else having, is she a bit choppy?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
No problem. I can take over Kennedy and we'll come back to you in a bit. So
Okay.
if the sponsors want to begin by reading the operative clauses, starting at be it hereby resolved.
Be it hereby resolved that the League of Arab States ensures the timely payment of workers by A. Establishing an Arab League-wide cloud database that tracks the names, dates of arrival, and payment of documented and undocumented workers that implements data-driven approaches to tracking worker rights. B. Providing physical servers and assistance to all countries who host migrant workers to set up the domestic part of the database. C. Referring conflicts between the payment given to workers and those guaranteed by the contracts to an inter-Arab League labor organization and the government in question. Raising, in the case the dispute is not solved between the worker and employer within 2 months, a case against the employer.
Protecting the privacy of domestic workers by limiting database access to IALLO workers, and by A. Limiting each sovereign state's access to only data of migrant workers within its own borders. B. Developing strong cybersecurity measures to protect against data being accessed by unauthorized parties through cybersecurity wing of IALLO and regular inspections of IALLO work by delegations from various members of the League of Arab States.
Founding the IALLO in Kuwait and with funding 50-50 from Qatar and the UAE.
Okay. Thank you, authors. Can everyone hear me okay now? Yeah? Okay, perfect. So now I just want to explain the process that we'll go through at this point. So now that we've introduced the draft language, you will then have to limit individually. So we'll have to go one then the other. Once you limit, it's very favorable that you go into an immediate motion of author's rights, that someone will make that motion. So then that's a 5-minute question and answer period for the authors on their resolution. If you need more time after that, you can make a motion for another question and answer period. If you all feel like you really need it, thank you. Other than that, you really just go back into normal flow of debate. So you can do moderated caucuses, unmods to kind of discuss and flush things out for the draft. Does that make sense? Awesome. So that being said, are there any points or motions on the floor at this time? Yes, Algeria.
Algeria motion to limit debate to domestic workers protection resolution 3A.
That is in order. Do I have seconds for this motion?
Second.
Second.
Seconds.
Having multiple seconds. All those in favor and opposed, please vote now. Okay, this does pass. We are now limited to social 3A. We will now draft a speakers list for this resolution. Does anyone want to be added to the speakers list for draft resolution 3A? Bahrain, UAE, okay, awesome. Okay, are there any points or motions on the floor at this time? The chair would look favorably upon a motion for author's rights. Yes, Bahrain.
Bahrain motions to move to author's rights.
That is in order. Do I have seconds?
Second.
Seconds.
Second.
Perfect. Okay, so we are now on author's rights. So how author's rights will work, there's a total of 5 minutes. That time will come out of the author speaking time, not the question. You will use the PRM tabs like you would. I'll say, are there any questions for the authors? You will click in that tab if you have a question. When I call on you, address the question to me, not the authors. So you would say, Madam Chair, would you please ask the authors and ask the question? I would like to remind everyone that authors' rights is not a time for you to get your point across or to try to argue with them about a point. This is strictly for questions. So if you have a true fundamental issue with something in the draft, make sure that you use that during mods and unmods. Authors' rights are things we want to really get clarification on from the authors. Authors, you can speak first, and that'll start taking away from your time. When you are ready to yield to questions, you just say, and we yield to questions.
If none of the other authors have anything to say as opening remarks, Egypt moves to just yield to questions.
Perfect. One more thing to clarify for the authors. Anytime a question is addressed to me, I will ask authors, do you accept this question? If you say no, authors' rights does end. So just make sure you say yes or no. Okay. On that note, are there any questions for the authors at this time? Yes, Qatar.
Where are you obtaining the data on these workers and the abuses of rights therein?
Authors, do you accept this question?
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Regarding, if it's okay, I'll take the beginning part of this question. This is mainly to create a resource for those migrant workers who are disadvantaged. And so regarding the specifics of the migrant workers, we honestly don't have it, and we cannot achieve it in most of the states that need it, such as conflict-ridden states like Libya or in Somalia and others. And so this doesn't require a database. While a database would be helpful, even though it's incredibly infeasible, this is more of a resource pool than a tracking mechanism or any kind of thing like that. Authors, do you have anything else to add?
I could also add that a database and this being and the I guess suggestion that this needs to be a data heavy operation is kind of irrelevant given the language that is written in the resolution. As Bahrain has said, this is a legal council that will be in consenting member states. This doesn't require collecting data on certain migrant workers in each state, etc. It is merely a legal council that is going to be at or accessible to female migrant workers and male migrant workers who are in the domestic work field.
Yeah, just to go off of that, this is basically to deal with things on a case-by-case basis. When something comes up, the legal counsel will be there, the resources will be there to deal with it. There's the databases. I'm working on another resolution that deals with that, and I think it's important, but this deals with something else.
Additionally, when it comes to victims' rights, it actually may be a source of it may disincentivize individuals to come forward and to seek legal counsel and to seek any sort of assistance when they are victims of abuse, if they know that their information is being documented in a systematic way by the government. And so that is actually something that we would be willing to address, but perhaps in a different manner at a later point.
Okay. Are there any other questions for the authors at this time? Qatar, do you have you still have Qatar, you still have yours on. Do you have a follow-up question, or is it just a different question?
Yes, my mouse isn't working, so I accidentally typed in other people too. But I just have a response, if that's okay.
Is it a follow-up question?
Yeah.
Okay, you can do a follow-up.
Right. So again, I'm just curious how you're, like, I understand the difference between what we're saying, but again, I don't really understand how you're going to provide legal advice or these resources if you don't in the first place have, like, I guess there's some confusion, I think, on what I'm saying data is. you're not going to be able to provide legal services or help migrants without there being data on where those migrants are or where the legal advice is needed. Obviously, it's a case-by-case basis, but nevertheless, even those cases are data points. So I think the discussion of data should be one that it's useful. I mean, everything requires data in some way, shape, or form. And I think it could be helpful here to use data on where migrants are and the complaints they're in to help it out a little.
Delegate, can you?
So the question is,
Yeah.
why is that not used, or why is that not being considered?
Okay, authors, do you accept the question?
Yes.
Yes.
I think there's an assumption that there exists no data whatsoever about where our migrants are located, where our migrant workers are located geographically throughout our country. We have that type of data. It's not that it doesn't exist. What we don't have is highly specialized, specific data that marks when a migrant arrived, where specifically they're located, whom they're working for, what salary they're receiving, what type of work they're doing. That is something that we don't necessarily have, but we do have information about general trends of where migrants are and the types of abuses that they're experiencing, and that is enough in order to pursue this first step in, mitigating the abuses that they're facing.
Yeah, I'd like to just jump off of that comment. We're not saying in any way, shape, or form that data would hurt this resolution or this idea. However, data won't make additional data, because we already have data, as the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia pointed out. Additional data will not make or break this resolution. The question was raised, where will we find the migrants? How will we make sure that they're in a place where migrants are? And we know where our migrant workers are largely. And so that more data would be helpful to give more specific advice, but for the types of services that are proposed in this resolution, we don't require more data.
Yeah, just to finish that up, yeah, data is not necessarily something that this resolution deals with, and I think, it can be dealt with in other ways. I don't think there's any reason to spend more time talking about data on this, because that deals with something else, and this resolution doesn't deal with it. It's not productive use of time.
Are there any other questions for the authors at this time? Yes, Saudi Arabia. Was that an accidental click? Or
that was probably an accident because we are an author.
Yeah, that's why I was a bit confused. Okay.
It might have been an accident. Sorry.
It's okay. Palestine.
This may have been addressed earlier, but I just wanted to get some clarification on how female migrant workers were being emphasized and which aspects of this resolution would apply to male migrant workers as well, and which ones may be exclusive, or whether it's just a matter of emphasis in the language.
Authors, do you accept this question?
Yes. I can take this one. So the reason why the authors decided to use female-specific language in this resolution, as you'll see, each clause actually includes the language for that. The reason we did that is because most of our labor regulations that are in place right now, and every country in the Arab League doesn't have the proper protections for female migrants, and may not even mention female domestic workers or female migrant workers in their regulations at all. This is simply stating that this is an issue that we need to address, and provides legal counsel that addresses their specific legal needs as they are working more in the private spheres. And so this is why we did it specifically for females.
Okay. There's actually just like 1 second left, so I'm just going to absorb that. So this does conclude authors' rights. If some delegates in the body feel that they still have some questions that they would like answered, I would look favorably upon a motion for a question and answer period. and I'll structure it just like author's rights. You can just make a motion for a question and answer period, give me the duration of time that you would like, and we can just do it with the authors if that's what everyone would prefer. So are there any points or motions on the floor at this time? Palestine, were you trying to make a motion, or was that just a leftover click from your question?
That was just a leftover click.
Okay. So if there are no points or motions, we will go to the speakers list for resolution 3A. So Bahrain, you have 1 minute. Can you all hear me? Am I frozen? No.
Good, Kennedy.
Okay, yeah, so Bahrain, you have maybe Andrew frozen. Okay, so we'll skip him. We'll come back. UAE, you have 1 minute.
To further address the issue of female domestic workers, yeah, the majority of these problems are with female domestic workers. So that's why we put an emphasis there. This is not meant to deny any rights or any services to male domestic workers, but to point out that the majority of the problems exist with female domestic workers. So that's why we're putting so much of an emphasis there on this document. With that, I yield my time to the chair.
Okay. Thank you, Delegate. Are there any points or motions on the floor at this time? Yes, Egypt.
Just a point of parliamentary inquiry.
Yes.
How do we go to the voting procedure?
If you'd like to go into voting procedure, you would just make a motion to close debate on the draft.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can I do that now?
Yes, you can. Hold on. There's little itty bitty format things on here that I'm fine with fixing myself. If you all don't want to do it in an amendment process, if you all feel that you have the consent of the body to go ahead and vote on the draft, that's fine with me. So did you want to make a motion to close debate on this resolution?
Sorry, yes.
Okay. That is in order. Okay, so do I have seconds for Egypt's motion to close debate on this resolution?
Second.
Second.
Okay.
Second.
Hearing multiple seconds. So here's what's going to happen. I just want to kind of explain kind of closing debate. So first, we're going to have to I'm going to look and see if there's anyone willing to speak against the closure of debate. If there are any willing to speak against, I'll take speakers for, and then we'll vote. You will have 3 voting options when it comes to drafts. You can adopt by consent. You can vote to adopt by consent. That is just where I will, I guess, clap 3 times. And if there's an objection, you would say so within those 3 claps. If there's an objection, we would then move into what normally is called a simple placard vote. You'll vote on the roll call sheet. You can vote yes, no, or abstain. Or you can make a motion for a roll call vote. Roll call vote is I will go down the roster. You can vote yes, no, abstain. You can pass. You can vote no with rights, which is like something vehemently goes against your country's policy, like it's infringing upon your sovereignty. If the doc passes, you would then get time at the end to speak. And then if you pass, you can vote yes or no. I know that probably sounds like a lot, but it's just, there for knowledge. So are there any willing to speak against the closure of debate on resolution 3A? Seeing none against, I can take none for. Please vote in favor or opposed to closing debate on draft 3A now. Qatar, if you're having trouble voting, you can give me a thumbs up or thumbs down and I'll count. Cool. Not. I am still missing a few people. I really need everyone to vote to close debate. So I don't know if someone's just not here, perhaps. If you're having trouble clicking on, do the same thing that I asked Qatar to do. Give me like a thumbs up or a thumbs down. Let's see. Okay, there we go. Okay. So this does pass. So we are now in voting procedure. Theoretically, if we were in person, I would say you can't go in and out of the room. So don't leave whatever room you're in. Don't type in the chat. No communication with just anyone who's in this room. Are there any points or motions on the floor at this time? Again, you can make a motion to adopt by consent. You can make a motion for a roll call vote. And if you don't make a motion at all, we will just go into a simple placard vote. Algeria.
Motion to vote via roll call.
That is an order. Let me see. I think I need seconds for that. Yeah. Okay. I need seconds. Do I have seconds for a roll call vote?
Second.
Okay. I have one. I need multiple seconds. So if I just have 1 second.
Second.
Okay. So have multiple seconds. We will now vote via roll call vote. So here's what's gonna happen. Like I said, I'm gonna go down the roster in alphabetical order. I will call in your country. You can vote yes, no, you can abstain, you can pass, you can vote no with rights. No with rights has to be, this really has to infringe upon your policy. Don't vote no with rights just because you don't like it. And then if you pass, when I come back to you, you may vote yes or no.
And
Any
if I can
questions?
jump in, no with rights, to indicate no with rights, you would do no and then a point or a motion to mark that you wish to speak. So tech chair out.
Oh, no. Yeah, so I actually have, I can take it down also myself. So when you say like yes or no, I have a little thing, tech chair, where I can like mark them down. Okay, so Algeria.
Yes.
I'm sorry, tech chair. Bahrain.
Yes.
Comoros.
Yes.
Okay. Egypt. Oh, I'm sorry, Djibouti.
Yes.
Egypt.
Yes.
Iraq. Iraq.
Yes.
Jordan.
Yes.
Kuwait.
Yes.
Libya.
Yes.
Morocco.
Yes.
Oman.
Yes.
Palestine.
Yes.
Was that a yes, Palestine?
Yes, it was yes.
Okay. Sorry. Qatar.
Yes.
Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
Yes.
Somalia.
What are we voting on? My internet cut out.
Oh, so we're voting on resolution 3A, the domestic workers.
Okay, then yes.
Sudan.
Yes.
Tunisia.
Yes.
UAE.
Yes.
And Yemen.
Yes.
With 19 yeses, 0 nos. Well, hold on. Let me see. Did I miss anyone?
I have the same account, Kennedy, so I think we're good.
Huh? Yeah, we're good. Okay. So with 19 yeses, 0 nos, 0 abstentions, this does pass. Yay, good job. Okay. Tech chair, because I stole your thunder, can you please clear out what I just did for me? You're a saint. Okay. So we are now back into just topic 3 in general. We still do have a resolution on the floor. It's resolution 3B. Do I have any points or motions on the floor at this time? Chair look favorably upon a motion for author's rights. Yes, UAE.
UAE moves for author's rights on resolution 3B.
That is in order. Do I have seconds?
Second.
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 Having multiple seconds, we are now in author's rights. Authors, same thing goes with this as it did the last round. When you are ready to yield to questions, just let me know.
I don't have anything. I'm ready to yield the questions unless Cutter's also good with that.
Yeah. Oh, I think Cutter's kind of frozen. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and let you yield to questions for the time being. Hopefully, you can answer them without them for the time being. Are there any questions for the authors at this time? Okay, I don't see any questions for the authors. Oh, there we go. Bahrain.
This, I hope this question doesn't sound redundant. It's been brought up before, though I am wondering how this data would be collected. Perhaps I need to look at the document more thoroughly, but right now I see a database being established, but I do not see any way that it will be collected. Do the authors have something in here that I'm not seeing?
Authors, do you accept the question?
Yeah, accept the question. Data will be collected by the local sovereign state. If it requests assistance from the organization as a whole, it can help the state with that.
Yeah, and sorry, can I talk, Chair?
Yep.
To add on to that, we mentioned in the preamble that this is taking advantage of existing data and surveillance infrastructure. And so it's important to note that most states, regardless, keep data on those who enter the country legally and also oftentimes illegally. So the database, as it mentions in Part 1A, it tracks the name, states of arrival, et cetera, et cetera. And this is done naturally and normally as anyone enters a state, both in and out of the MENA region. So, yeah.
Okay. Are there any other questions for the authors at this time? Yes, Djibouti.
Djibouti would like to inquire what kind of security measures would be in place given the heightened cybersecurity threats, not only in the region, but also from member states, from countries outside the Arab League, targeting Arab League states.
Authors, do you accept this question?
Yes, we accept the question. We have a specifically set up cyber team within the organization that that makes sure that the data is protected to the highest standard. And we also have regular inspections. Any country can come in and inspect the organization at any time to make sure that things are being done according to its purposes and mission.
Okay. Are there any questions for the authors at this time? Qatar, I see you have the box checked. I think that's an accident, unless you have a question for yourself.
That is an accident.
Okay, it's okay. Are there any other questions for the authors at this time?
Chair,
Yeah.
I don't know if I was having tech difficulties when we were given a chance to speak. So am I able to say something, or is that time passed?
Sure. I'm open to it. There's no questions. You can talk. I'll start the timer.
Okay, thanks. Qatar would just like to point out how almost every one of the concerns or problems other member states have brought up involving privacy, this infringing on sovereignty of different states, etc., has been addressed both in the document and in debate. The security is not as much of a concern because, as you can read in the document, that's an utmost concern of the resolution and of the initiative itself. And secondly, as the UAE pointed out, this is all dependent on what states are receiving migrant workers. So states that don't even have migrant workers, like some of the states, member states in North Africa, won't have to worry about data being in their state and access to data and data breaches, et cetera, because they don't have migrant laborers to begin with. So it's not as pertinent of an issue. So again, unless anyone can think of an issue that we haven't addressed, I think it's important to enact this resolution because we've addressed all apparent concerns.
Are there any questions for the authors at this time? Yes, Egypt.
Yeah, I just had a question about what the purpose of the database would be. So it seems like in the first clause it says to ensure the timely payment of workers by establishing this database. I'm just curious as to if this is the only purpose for it, what exactly how that would necessarily be implemented, as in like how would this database ensure the timely payment of workers by being created?
Authors, do you accept this question?
Yeah.
Yeah, I do. If you look down to 1D, it says that the labor organization will, as soon as the worker is not paid according to the time given in the contract, it will notify the country. There's 2 months because it could be a issue with the employer, just some technical issue. But we also wanted to make that a short time because a lot of these workers don't have a lot of money and they need to be paid on time. So after 2 months, a case will be raised against the employer by the labor organization, as specified in subpart D of clause 1. Also, this is also to help countries that a lot of countries do have their data in order, but a lot of this is to help other countries that don't necessarily have that in order, but they have domestic workers. So there's another purpose, but you are correct. The main purpose is to ensure the timely payment of workers.
And to just add on to that, like we kind of discussed at the beginning of this debate, we're more so focused, I think, on reforming this issue in kafala than we are abolishing it completely. And so this is just one facet of that process of reforming some of the issues at hand. And a lot of times workers are not paid on time because they're either not documented properly or the government just isn't aware of who is and who isn't working. And so this is a way to keep track of who's getting paid when they're supposed to be paid. So in other words, it's just creating a more reliable source of information on workers and their rights.
Are there any other questions for the authors at this time? Egypt, is that a follow-up question or a separate question?
It could be a separate question.
Okay, so I'll come back to you. Bahrain?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Chair, would you please ask the authors if this is data collected by the government? I guess I'm just not clearly seeing how this would be hugely effective. I see how in ways it could be minorly effective, but for the kafala system, a lot of times migrant workers come over and they're sponsored by a company or by a person. And so the issue that this is trying to address that is part of the kafala system, I don't know how that data would be tracked or if it exists in that regard for those types of people that are under the biggest, that are subject to the negative aspects of the kafala system. So what way, also, well, I guess my question is, how will governments be incentivized to get companies to put their data into this database?
Authors, do you accept this question?
Yeah, I think for a large part they already do. All workers are supposed to have their data taken in, but due to issues in the current systems, it doesn't always work out as well as it does. I think the major push of this is to deal with late payments. I don't know if I'm supposed to do this, but I, speaking as Sean, know people who have been affected by this. So I think this is a very serious issue.
And I think it's in the interest of states in general to have, or Qatar thinks it's in the interest of states in general who take migrant laborers to keep track of them, because a lot of times or in general, if they're undocumented through companies or corporations or people, as you're mentioning, Bahrain, there's no way to effectively keep track of them and keep track of their rights and keep track of their whereabouts and any violation of their rights, because they simply don't exist as far as the government's concerned. So if the government really cares about migrant rights, they would care about establishing data on those migrants to keep track of them.
Thank you, authors. This does conclude authors' rights. Egypt, I know you still did have a question, so if you wanted to make a motion for a question and answer period, just a short one, I'm fine with that. Someone said, I'm sorry, I saw a question in the chat. It's it possible to sign a resolution at this point? Yeah, yeah, that's fine. You can, I'll allow it, yeah. You can add yourself as a signatory on there. Just for the purpose of this, I'll let you do it without going through like an amendment process for it, but just normally, it's okay if you didn't get on as a signatory, you can still vote in favor of it without being a signatory, but if you'd like to, I'll let you add your name to it. So with that being said, are there any points of motions on the floor at this time? Yes, Bahrain.
Bahrain moves to close debate on this working language and move into voting procedure.
Okay. That is an order. Do I have seconds for this motion?
Seconds.
Second.
Okay. Hearing multiple seconds, I can take 2 speakers for and against the closure of debate. Do I have any delegates wishing to speak against the closure of debate? Seeing none against, I can take none for. We will now vote on the motion to close debate. Please vote in favor or opposed now. This does pass. So we are now, we have closed debate on draft resolution 3B. We will now move into voting procedure. Again, don't leave the rooms that you're in. No typing in the group chat, no communicating with the other delegates. Are there any points of motion on the floor at this time? Seeing none, we will, oh, yes, Bahrain.
Bahrain moves to adopt by consent.
That is an order. I will clap my hands 3 times. If you have an objection, please loudly say objection. Last time I did this, I clapped really loud and I couldn't hear the delegates. So feel free to like yell it at me and then type it also if I don't hear you. If you have an objection, please say so. Oh, do you have a question?
Yeah, sorry. What exactly is this again? Is it where everyone votes separately?
Yes. No. So adopt by consent is I'm literally gonna like clap my hands 3 times and say without objection, without objection, without objection. If there are no objections within that period, it passes. So do not, this is my thing, do not object to abstain. So if someone does object, we will go into a vote on this sheet where you will vote yes, no, or abstain. So if you say objection, do not do that just to click abstain. That like really gets under my skin because it takes time. Okay, everybody get adopt by consent? Okay. All right. If you have an objection, say so within the 3 claps. Without objection? Without objection?
Objection.
Okay. There has been an objection. So we will now go into what is normally called a simple placard vote. If you all can get onto the voting tab, you may vote yes, no, or abstain. Please vote now. I need everybody to vote. Okay, give me 1 second. Go back over everything. So with 11 in favor, 6 opposed, and 2 abstentions. Yeah, because, hold on, let me do my math, I'm sorry. Yeah, tech chair, correct me if I'm wrong, this does pass with the 2 abstentions. Yeah,
they have.
yeah, they have the 2 abstentions, yeah. So with 11 in favor, 6 opposed, and 2 abstentions, this does pass. Yay! Congrats. Okay, we are now back just into topic 3. If you all would like to work on more resolutions for topic 3, be my guest. If you are done with topic 3 and would like to move on to something else, you can close debate on topic 3 as a whole. Yes, Qatar.
Qatar moves to close debate on topic 3.
That is an order. Do I have seconds?
Second.
Second.
Perfect. Hearing multiple seconds. Are there any wishing to speak against the closure of debate? Seeing none against, I can take none for. We will now vote on the motion to close debate. All those in favor of closing debate on topic 3 or opposed, please vote now. Perfect. This does pass. We have now closed debate on topic 3. Yay. Yay. Okay. Are there any points or motions on the floor at this time? If you guys wanted a reminder of your topic order, you said it 3, 2, 1, 4.
Yeah.
So the chair would look favorable upon a motion to limit debate to topic 2. Yes, Sudan.
Motion to limit debate on topic 2.
That is an order. Do I have seconds?
Second.
Hearing multiple seconds. All of those in favor or opposed, please vote now. This just passed. We are now limited to topic 2. Typically, I would draft another speakers list for the topic, but if you didn't notice, like when we did draft resolution 3B, I just skipped the speakers list for time. I'm willing to do that again. You just have to promise me that you all are going to talk and not make me have to defer to the speakers list. So is there a consensus that you all are going to make motions and talk? Yep, great. Love the thumbs up. Okay, so for the sake of time, we're going to skip the speakers list. Do I have any points, motions on the floor at this time? Yes, Bahrain.
Bahrain hesitantly motions for a 10-minute moderated caucus to discuss any possible working language ideas pertaining to this topic.
Bahrain, I'm sorry, could you restate the speaking time?
Yeah, 10 minutes, 45 seconds. Mathematically, that doesn't work. 10 minutes, 30 seconds speaker time.
Okay. Do I have seconds for Bahrain's motion?
Second.
Second.
Okay, hearing multiple seconds. All those in favor, well, are there any preceding points or motions on the floor at this time? Seeing none, we will now vote on Bahrain's motion. All those in favor and opposed, please vote now. Okay, this does pass. Bahrain, since you made the motion, would you like to speak first or defer to last?
I'd like to defer to last, please.
Okay. All those wishing to speak? Yes, Qatar.
Before we begin, can Qatar motion to take a 5-minute break?
You need a break? Is that what's happening? You guys tired?
Qatar's ministers are tired.
I mean, hey, tech chair. I mean, we have a scheduled break at I think 4, but I'm fine with a 5. You know what? Forget what the tech chair. Yes, you can take a 5-minute break. Just give me a hand signal or something. How many of you would want a 5-minute break? Yep. I'm seeing a lot of yeps. Okay. Be back here in 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
All right, so everyone should start trickling back in. So if you're there and you just have your camera turned off, turn it back on, or give me like a snap or something letting me know you're there. All right. So it looks like mostly everyone is back. I hope the break was nice. I know this is long. I sure needed a 5-minute break. But I have some news. During that 5-minute break, it was actually really interesting timing because something happened in the middle of that. Michael, would you mind?
Yes, one moment. So moments ago, a crisis broke out, and we desperately need you to solve it. So moments ago, off the coast of Yemen, an explosion destroyed the Yemeni-owned oil tanker Safer. The tanker was a modified floating oil storage platform, which is owned by the Yemeni government, but was being held by the Houthis, who have been unsuccessfully trying to sell the oil for some time. A combination of saltwater corrosion and high temperatures weakened the ship's storage tanks, which have exploded under the stress of highly pressurized petroleum vapors. The explosion ripped a massive hole in the side of the ship, which quickly sank, releasing the majority of its petroleum into the Red Sea. It is estimated that 1.1 million barrels, or 4 times the amount spilled during Exxon Valdez, will contaminate the area. A combination of tides, winds, and currents is expected to push the oil potentially as far as Oman, while also spreading it up towards the Suez Canal. This oil crisis will destroy vital tourism areas in Jordan, Egypt, and Oman, leading to increased unemployment and instability, while also obliterating fisheries, causing increased poverty in Jordan, Egypt, Saudi Arabia, Yemen, Sudan, Somalia, Oman, Djibouti, and Eritrea. This spill will shut down several essential desalination facilities, leading to catastrophic water shortages in Saudi Arabia and Egypt. It is critical that water shortages be addressed immediately, or these countries may experience a major exodus from Red Sea cities. The decline in fisheries will further increase ongoing food shortages in Yemen and destroy the Red Sea fishing economy, potentially resulting in increased piracy in the region. Immediate action is needed to manage the fallout of the crisis. The Council on Environmental Affairs is already tackling the environmental side of this issue, but it is your job as the Council on Social Affairs to address the water shortages in Egypt and Saudi Arabia, the projected unemployment and protests in Egypt, Jordan, and Oman, these social conditions which will lead to piracy on the east coast of Africa, and the loss of vital food supplies in Yemen, where they are already desperately needed. In order to address all these issues in time to implement your plans, you actually have until 5 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. So please begin your work to resolve this issue because you only have a limited amount of time to solve this problem.
So thank you, Michael. Tech Chair, if you could add the link to that in the chat. So from now until 5 Eastern Standard Time, you will debate nothing else. You will not limit to anything else. You are limited to this crisis. This is your main priority. With that being said, are there any points and motions on the floor at this time? Yes, Bahrain.
Bahrain motions for a 10-minute moderated caucus popcorn style to discuss this crisis, obviously.
Second.
That is an order. So motion for a 10-minute popcorn style debate. And you'd like to do that just where you all talk and then pass it on. I'll just count for 10 minutes.
Yes, please.
Perfect. Did I have other seconds for that motion?
Second.
Second.
Hearing multiple seconds, are there any preceding points or motions on the floor at this time? Seeing none, we will now vote on Bahrain's motion for a 10-minute popcorn-style debate All those in favor or opposed, please vote now. Okay. This does pass. Bahrain, you may start.
Well, fellow delegates, I will be quite honest, I've never dealt with an oil spill in the Red Sea, so I'm not exactly sure how to move forward. However, Bahrain would excitedly listen to any ideas of how to deal with this crisis.
Before you popcorn real fast, I just wanted everyone to know that Syria has joined the room at a fun time nonetheless. Syria, just letting you know, we just began a crisis. The crisis has been added into the chat, so we are in a popcorn style debate. Just listen in and hop in when we get to you. All right, Bahrain, who do you want to popcorn to, or region speaking?
I am done speaking. UAE.
Thank you, delegate from Bahrain. The UAE is willing to move in its skimmer fleet to take care of the crisis before it runs any more out of hand. We're also willing to open up our desalination facilities and move water into critically affected abilities to the best of our ability. Critically affected areas to the best of our ability, and yeah, we're looking forward to anything else we can do.
And who would you like to popcorn to, UAE?
I'll popcorn to Saudi Arabia.
Okay. Oh.
Hi. I don't know what to say.
Rowan, I can talk.
Okay, yes, I'm fine.
It's okay. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. So Saudi Arabia is primarily concerned with our water shortages. Like, I think it was Bahrain that said it. I mean, at least in our personal experience, have not handled an oil spill. I think the most viable solution would be to gather all the NGOs in our respective countries that handle environmental disasters and climate change to come together to a table to discuss potential solutions to the catastrophe. And we popcorn to Egypt.
Egypt echoes the sentiments that other delegates have raised. And it's also going to be seriously affected by this, but seeing as we are the social council, we may need to deal with this from a sort of social perspective. And while it is interesting to think about what other councils may have come up with for solutions for this, Egypt is really looking at the the social factors that are going to be hitting the country. So if any delegations have ideas about that, that would be great.
Who would you like to popcorn to, Egypt?
Oops, sorry. We can popcorn to, okay, Bahrain.
Fantastic. After doing some preliminary research, Bahrain has figured out that there is something that can clean up an oil spill. If it's read correctly, it seems like the boat has already exploded, and so there's no way to stabilize the boat, which is the first step in cleaning up an oil spill. The second thing that we need to do is now contain the oil spread. There's actually something that was created, and it's called nanowire paper towel. And so if we can start producing nanowire paper towels at an extremely high rate using the manufacturing capacity of each of our member states, and using those foreign populations that we are now so kindly offering legal and economic advice to, we will be able to contain this oil spill. We need to look more into this nanowire paper towel, and so we will need manufacturing as well as research in order to get this done. I will send a link to the article I'm looking at right now into the group chat. And I'll popcorn it to
I think Oman has their hand up.
Oman.
All right. I guess I'd just like to begin, or Oman would like to begin, by reiterating the sentiment of Egypt, in that I think our end of the crisis here will be handling the social and economic ramifications of the oil spill, and that it seems as if it cannot be prevented at this point from spreading any further than it already has. And we'll likely try to put policy in place to mitigate the effects of the oil spill on our social and economic cohesion and prosperity. So if anyone has ideas for that, that would be wonderful. And I guess I'll popcorn to Qatar.
Thank you, Oman. First of all, Qatar would like to essentially echo the sentiments of every delegation. Qatar is ready to stand by and assist in any way, shape, or form. Although, first and foremost, Qatar is ready and willing to send water due to its abundance of water to send to Saudi Arabia and Egypt to help with the water shortages. And I think we should begin as Bahrain alluded to, by thinking not as how to prevent environmental problems from further happening, but instead how to contain the crisis further from spreading, and also how to deal with the water shortages, the unemployment, projected raising rates, and the protests and social conditions thereof. Yeah, I pass to Jordan.
Thank you. Jordan echoes the sentiments as well of many of the delegates here today. One idea that the kingdom has, we're very worried about the impact on our tourism industry, as well as some of the water issues, given that we are a very resource poor country. However, perhaps some of the jobs that will be lost to the tourism industry can be redirected into helping clean up the oil spill and doing some of the manufacturing that will be necessary for that. So that is something that Jordan would like the council to consider.
And who would you like to popcorn to?
Sorry, I forgot. Popcorn to Egypt. Oh, yeah.
Egypt, or the delegation of Egypt, would like to highlight that generally oil spills and crises like these, especially if they get to Egypt and other countries who are along the coast, they're going to affect our fishing industries, our agriculture. Water is also tied to irrigation, and since Egypt has a very large agricultural sector, this is going to hit us very hard. In addition to the environmental impacts and the other cleanup that has to obviously simultaneously go on, I think maybe this council should perhaps think about a fund or a sort of compensation mechanism for those people who are going to be put out of jobs and may be very, very negatively affected by the aftermath, I guess, of this oil spill crisis. And I'll popcorn to Somalia.
Somalia is already facing high levels of poverty and food shortages, and the destruction of the fishing economy will destroy so many Somali people, and we would need help with food donations. I would like to popcorn to Bahrain.
Thank you so much, Somalia. So it looks like there are two issues that are being talked about right now. The first one is the immediate aftermath, what we do since it has now exploded and starting to spread, since it's only happened at about 4:18 EST. So we still have some time to contain it. The second one is the longer term impact of the crisis, which is something I think Egypt and Somalia and other countries have alluded to. And so Bahrain proposes that we create two separate resolutions. We gotta get started on them because we have 24 minutes. So it started the one on the environmental effects, and it would welcome anyone who wants to take the lead on discussing the long-term social, economic, everything impacts of this.
Who would you like to popcorn to?
I'll popcorn to Qatar.
Thank you, Bahrain. I would like to just turn this and ask a general question to all delegations. If anyone has any ideas on what to move going forward, because we've espoused a few ideas. So what do you think in general, everyone, would be a good way to start this process of dealing with this? And for that, I'll pass it to Algeria.
Hi, Algeria is in agreement with Egypt in regards of trying to collaborate together as an Arab League to fund Yemen in order to protect the citizens and yeah, that's it.
And Algeria, who would you like to popcorn to?
I would like to popcorn Saudi Arabia.
Oh, Joe, we're having a bit of trouble hearing you.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Sorry, guys. Saudi Arabia agrees that we should be handling the environmental impact right now. I think handling the long-term social consequences might not, we might not have enough time to handle that. And I think that's something that requires more, thought out plan, a more thought out plan. So Saudi Arabia would recommend just pursuing the environmental consequence right now and just trying to mitigate the catastrophe as much as possible. And Saudi Arabia popcorns to Djibouti.
Djibouti would like to clarify one point that the Council of Environmental Affairs are tackling the environmental side of the issue, but with this council, we would like to point attention to the countries that are most affected and don't have the amount of resources or funding to address this immediate crisis, namely Yemen, Djibouti, Somalia, and whichever countries that deem that they cannot fund any type of resource right now. Popcorn to Saudi Arabia.
Saudi Arabia doesn't have anything specific to add. Is there a country that would like to speak that I can popcorn to?
I think
Yemen. Yeah, Yemen.
Actually, the Yemeni government appreciates all previous efforts for Saudi Arabia and Egyptian to support Yemen. However, we are still need more supporting in the to control the Yemen to eliminate the current civil war. I think it is the main problem that we should looking for, because the militia Houthis group taking control in the Red Sea, and this prevent the current regime in Yemen to control this. So okay, thank you so much.
Yeah. All right. This does conclude the popcorn style debate. Thank you, Yemen. Thank you, delegates. Are there any points or motions on the floor at this time? Preferably someone other than Bahrain, though. Bahrain, I really do love your enthusiasm to make motions. I do. I just want other people to do it. If no one else will.
Can I make a point of parliamentary inquiry?
Yes, you can.
Is it possible for Michael to share that document that listed out the, I think
it should be in the chat.
Yeah, sorry about that. Never mind.
No
I
problem.
rescind.
No problem. Palestine. You have the motion?
Yes, Palestine would move towards an unmoderated caucus to discuss the resolution on the socioeconomic crisis.
Length
For
of the unmod?
a 5-minute unmoderated caucus.
Okay. That is an order. Do I have seconds for a 5-minute unmod?
Second.
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 Hearing multiple seconds, are there any proceeding points or motions on the floor? Bahrain, do you have a proceeding motion?
I do, and I deeply apologize.
It's okay, you don't have to apologize.
Bahrain motions for a 5-minute moderated caucus popcorn style, and considering that unmods are extremely difficult in an online format.
Unfortunately, the popcorn style debate is not more proceeding than the unmod, but here's what I'll do. I'm gonna write it down. We're gonna vote on the unmod first because it's more proceeding. So then your motion will already be on the floor if it does pass, and if it fails, we'll vote on it. So behind 5-minute popcorn style debate. Okay, so we will vote on Palestine's motion for a 5-minute unmod first. All those in favor or opposed for a 5-minute unmod, please vote now. Alrighty. This does pass. So you guys have 5 minutes. Again, I'll give you a minute of grace period if you want to break out into other rooms. It'd be really easy if you guys could stay in this room, but if you need to go in different ones, just let us know now. You guys are good to go.
Are we staying in here or going to another room?
I think we only have one resolution. Do we only have one?
Morocco suggests staying in this room and adapting Bahrain's document to be more on social issues than environmental issues for efficiency.
Yeah, I did not see the bottom of the document. And so after I saw it, like, obviously my resolution is not relevant. Let's keep working on Cindy's document. I think, Qatar, you said you were willing to donate water because you have a lot of water.
Yes.
Nice. Jordan, would you be willing to donate water?
Delegation of Kuwait are
Does
willing.
Jordan have water? Jordan does not have a lot of fresh water. It is not likely to be hit as badly as Saudi Arabia and Egypt, but given that this will probably also affect our water supply, it would not be our first choice. Though if we have surplus water, we would be willing to contribute.
Yeah, that's kind of why I tapped on you. I feel bad, but it's like you're not getting hit with the oil crisis a ton, so I feel like this is one place we can kind of pull from you. Sorry, I feel bad doing this, but we have no water. We're dying.
I think I can get something. We have a ton of desalination plants, so we can ship some from there. We also have some wells in like Masafi, so we can get fresh water and desalinated water to some extent to the areas affected. Also, we have pretty close connections with a lot of the fishing villages and large cities on the Yemeni coast. So we were willing to help with specifically in these areas because we have good connections, and of course in the rest of the region.
Yeah, I think Qatar stands with the UAE on that front in terms of our capacity for desalination plants and excess water, or surplus water rather. So,
can Saudi Arabia, this is kind of a tangent, it's not about water, but it is about the protests. So kind of modeling the global response to the COVID crisis. I think a big part of the protest is probably income insecurity. And so if we're able as a whole, as like a collective group, to create income redistribution, so probably like stipends that we can give out to affected communities where these protests are primarily taking place and where poverty has increased. That might be a potential solution.
Egypt agrees with Saudi Arabia on this front, especially because there are going to be several 100,000 people along the Red Sea whose livelihoods are really based on having the Red Sea not be contaminated with oil, whether that's agriculture, fishing, whatever it is. And we really do, as governments, need to put together a fund to make sure that they survive and that they're cared for, at least, so that in another sense that we can ensure that they don't rise up and we don't have revolutions and we don't have social unrest due to this.
Jordan agrees with Egypt there on trying to get ahead of the unemployment issues to prevent unrest. Also, we just received word that our desalination plant in Aqaba at our southern tip had to close, which means definitively it is unlikely that Jordan will be able to prevent this altogether. Sorry, Bahrain.
Are there any costs we can, or taxes or sanctions we can list to prevent economic insecurity?
Delegates, you have 1 minute remaining.
Can you elaborate, Morocco?
I can't. That's why it was a question. Sorry.
I think like we can start paying, well, getting the economies in some of the fishing villages moving, because they're heavily dependent on fishing that's going to be affected by this, and also some of the ports in the regions.
So are some of the delegations suggesting quelling protests through distributing money?
Yeah, and I also think it would be helpful for member states with plans to diversify their economy to welcome a lot more foreign workers right now, because of, it's hard to give people employment in the countries that have been affected by the oil spill. And so there's going to be migration. There's going to be more foreign workers. So instead of focusing on just giving out money, which would be helpful, we could also encourage migrant workers until they can go back to where they are. And Emily, I think you had a comment.
Delegates, this does conclude your unmod. Sorry, guys. There is still a motion on the floor made by Bahrain for a 5-minute popcorn style debate. Before we do that, are there any proceeding points or motions on the floor? Yes, Djibouti.
Motion to move to a 5-minute moderated debate with 30 seconds speaking time to discuss the resolution, draft resolution.
Alrighty. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to vote on Bahrain's motion for the popcorn style debate first, just because it is slightly a little more disruptive than a mod. But let's see, do we have seconds for Djibouti's motion for 5-minute moderated caucus speakers time, 30 seconds?
Second.
Okay, having multiple seconds, that'll stay on the floor. We're going to vote on Bahrain's motion first. All those in favor on Bahrain's motion for a 5-minute popcorn style debate, please vote now. Okay, this, oh. Okay. It's close, but this does fail. So now we will vote on Djibouti's motion for a 5-minute moderated caucus speakers time, 30 seconds to discuss the resolution. If you could go ahead and vote now. Okay, this does pass. So Djibouti, since you made the motion, would you like to speak first or defer to last?
Defer to last.
Okay. All those wishing to speak? Yes, UAE.
Sorry. The UAE is willing to provide economic aid to the affected areas. I don't know what the talk of protests are about. I haven't seen anything about this yet, and a lot of these areas have gone through a lot and haven't had a lot of protests. So I don't think that's an immediate concern, but I think it is an immediate concern to try to get the economies of these areas back in order. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Delegate. All those wishing to speak? Yes, Bahrain.
So something that we were thinking about is instead of donating
I am so
water,
sorry, Delegate. Oh, you are Bahrain. I'm sorry. Continue. I get confused. Start over. Yeah.
no worries. So just something that we were thinking about from Bahrain is that we already struggle with a lack of water. So we were thinking about perhaps donating more financial resources because we're fortunate enough to be able to do that. So we were thinking about maybe funding camps for displaced peoples from the oil spill. So maybe temporary housing solutions. I don't know if anyone else would be interested in that. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. And again, I am so sorry. I'm staring right at Andrew, so I was like, he's not talking. All those wishing to speak? Yes, Qatar.
Thank you, Chair. Similar to the UAE, Qatar is willing to provide humanitarian aid assistance, but not to provide aid regarding any protests. Similar to the sentiments the UAE voiced, Qatar believes the most important thing is to restart and reinvigorate the economies of the coastal fishing villages and those affected directly by the oil spill, rather than sending money to protesters. Perhaps listening to the protests' demands is more important.
Thank you, Delegate. All those wishing to speak? Yes, Saudi Arabia.
So Saudi Arabia wants to clarify that its earlier proposal of using economic stipends to quell the protest, that's not necessarily the intention. If we look at why protests are taking place, a lot of it has to do with food insecurity and unemployment. This oil spill is only going to exacerbate the current unemployment crisis. And so the stipends would help ameliorate those situations.
Thank you, Delegate. Right on time. All those wishing to speak? Yes, Kuwait.
Kuwait would like to echo Qatar and the UAE and Bahrain and offer economic aid and assistance. And we're open to discussion on how that money would be allocated. That's it.
Thank you, Delegate. All those wishing to speak? Yes, Jordan.
Jordan would first like to echo Saudi Arabia's sentiments that providing funding to the protesters would not be in government support of the protests, but rather either trying to get ahead of them on some of the issues of unemployment or food insecurity, rather than funding the actual protest movement. Secondly, with regards to Bahrain's proposal of providing temporary housing, Jordan is no stranger to refugee populations and would happily welcome them, but would need economic funding.
Thank you, Delegate. All those wishing to speak? Yes, Egypt.
Egypt would like to refer to the resolution currently being written that was sent in the chat earlier to help with aid. So any countries that would like to add to the aid fund that wouldn't be able to support water, if they're low on resources of water, should go refer to that document and can add there. And once again, as reiterated by other states, the monetary funding would be important to help with the unemployment to curb what could possibly develop as future protests.
Thank you, Delegate. This will be the second to last speaker before I defer back to Djibouti. All those wishing to speak? Yes, Algeria. Algeria? Yep. Okay.
Sorry. Can you hear
Okay.
me?
Yeah.
Okay, so since Algeria already lack sources of usable water, we are in agreement with Bahrain initiative in regards of funding other sources and helping in other ways, such as providing. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. This will be the final speaker before I defer back to Djibouti. All those wishing to speak? Yes, Bahrain.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. So the delegate of Bahrain has typed something in the group chat. It says that, well, in the document, there are two systems that we need to create in this document for economic relief. The first one is an employment system, and so offering visas to foreign workers that are leaving these affected states. And the second one is just creating kind of a refugee/IDP camp for those that can't be employed. And so not everyone can be employed, but we should encourage employment. We can do that through the two systems.
Thank you, Delegate. Djibouti, you have 30 seconds.
Djibouti views that the council would need to prioritize the issues or agree to the list of priorities and views that possibly vital food supplies in Yemen would be the top of the list, followed by water shortages. And the issue of piracy would also need to be addressed since it hasn't been discussed so far.
Thank you, Delegate. This does conclude your moderated caucus. I would like to remind Buddy that you have 2 minutes remaining to have a resolution for this crisis in. So use your time accordingly. Are there any points of motions on the floor at this time?
Can I have a parliamentary inquiry?
Yes,
like we have to submit it to the floor in 2 minutes, or it has to be voted on in 2 minutes?
If you can get it to me by 5, that'll be fine.
Okay.
Like at 5, not 5:01, 5.
Chair,
Yes.
if possible, Qatar would like to try and solve this issue by introducing the working draft resolution. To save,
Okay.
we have a minute, so.
Yep. Let me. I'm looking at it. I'm gonna wait until exactly 5 to look at it. Get the sponsors and signatories on there. I need at least 5 of you. Type fast. It just turned 5. I'm gonna look away at 5:01. You better be done. There we go. There we go. Okay. Okay. I think it's kind of done. I'll act like it's done. That is an order. Is there a motion to introduce any and all draft language before the chair? I'll just take a cool.
Motion, yes.
Yeah, cool. Seconds?
Second.
I'm gonna skip.
Second.
I should do this. Parliamentarian, don't yell at me. I'm gonna assume all
I'm
of you are in
sorry,
favor.
delegates.
Michael, wait. they introduced it.
Fine, Chair. If you want it to be so, you have until 5:05, and then I'm cutting it.
Don't ever say I don't treat my delegates well. I'm a nice chair. Okay. I'm gonna skip the votes and act like you all introduced it. Is there a motion to limit? Somebody yell so moved.
So moved.
Great. Okay, we're gonna limit to social crisis. I'm gonna change to social crisis 1. I'm not gonna do a speakers list. Are there any points of motions on the floor at this time?
Can I motion to vote by consent?
Sure. You sure can. You got closed debate on the doc. So if you want to make a motion to close debate on the resolution, you can do that.
Motion to close debate.
Okay, that is in order. Do I have seconds?
Second.
Are there any other motions on the floor? Bahrain, do you have a motion?
Motion to, so debate's closed, motion to like move on to speakers' rights, I think, and move past that and vote.
Oh, you just want to, you still want to close debate. You don't have a different motion? We haven't officially closed debate yet. Okay. Seconds, are there any willing to speak against the closure of debate? Okay. Seeing none against, I can take none for. All those in favor or opposed to closing debate, vote now. Click fast. Okay, fantastic. This does pass. We are now in voting procedure. You know the rules. Are there any points of motion on the floor at this time?
Motion to vote by consent.
There has been a motion to adopt by consent. That is in order. I will clap my hands 3 times. If you have an objection, please do so within 3 claps. Without objection, without objection, without objection. This does pass. Yay! We did a crisis. That was fun. It wasn't scary at all. Yeah, you guys did a great job. You you saved everyone. Oh my gosh, like everybody's fine. Good. You guys actually have a break now for 15 minutes. So.
And if you guys want, come back at 5:18. So we cut a little bit in. So we'll just move things around to make sure it works out later on. But yeah, come back at 5:18. Take a full break.
Yeah. Bye, guys. Come back. Thank you, Michael, for letting me extend it a skosh.
I was gonna give the worst case scenario, but you guys.
I know you were. I was just like, they're so close. Thank you. I appreciate it. Are we gonna, so now you want me to let them debate for like, what, 45 minutes?
Yeah, so we can continue to debate until 5:50. Run delegate voting.
Okay.
Oh, when you go till 6:30. Actually, try to think. We'll finish at 6 because Dr. Anthony's gonna speak at 6:30, or I can have him. I can call him and see if he wants to speak at 6.
I mean, that's fine because you have it like 6 to 6:30 awards.
Mm-hmm.
So you want him to speak after that?
I want to give out awards after. So maybe I can see if he's available at 6. He can speak for half an hour, and then we give awards and finish.
Yeah. And if he can't talk, it's okay. I'll do icebreakers.
All right, we got a plan. Okay, I'm gonna call now.
Okay. All right. So welcome back, everyone. I hope the break was helpful, and I hope everyone's ready for the last hurrah. So we are going to debate until 5:50, and then we're done. And then we are going to vote for awards, which Michael will explain at 5:50. And then I think Dr. Anthony is going to speak with us at 6 for like 20, 30 minutes. And then we're going to give out awards, and that should be fun. So I would really like to push you all in that time between now and 5:50 to try to get one draft passed. Like, it needs to be voted on and done at 5:50. So I'm going to go ahead and take roll. Just make sure everyone's here. If you're a member state, please say present and voting. If you are an observer state, please say present. Algeria.
Present and voting.
Bahrain.
Present and voting.
Comoros.
Present and voting.
Djibouti.
Present and voting.
Egypt.
Present and
Present
voting.
and voting.
Iraq.
Present and voting.
Jordan.
Present and voting.
Kuwait.
Present and voting.
Lebanon. Libya. Libya. Mauritania. Morocco.
Present and voting.
Oman.
Present and voting.
Palestine.
Present and voting.
Qatar.
Present and voting.
Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
Present and voting.
Somalia.
Present and voting.
Sudan.
Present and voting.
Syrian National Coalition.
Present and voting.
Tunisia.
Present and voting.
UAE.
Present and voting.
And Yemen.
Present and voting.
Okay, perfect. So with 19 present and voting, our 1/2 majority will be 10, our 2/3 will be 13. Stays the same, okay. That being said, we did go ahead and limit to topic 2, if I'm not mistaken, prior to the crisis, is that correct? Okay, awesome. For the sake of time, I'm gonna go ahead and skip the general speakers list. Are there any points or motions on the floor at this time? Yes, UAE.
UAE would like to propose for a 30-second round robin to talk about ideas we have for resolutions on this topic.
Round robin. Okay.
Inquiry?
Yeah.
So we've already closed debate to limit the topic to, correct?
Yes. Prior to the crisis, we had closed and limited to topic 2. So just chair's discretion, I'm going to go ahead and have us reopened in topic 2.
Perfect. Thank you.
No problem. Do I have seconds for UAE's motion for a round robin 30-second speaking time to discuss possible resolutions?
Second.
Second.
Hearing multiple seconds, are there any preceding points or motions on the floor at this time? Yes, Bahrain.
Sorry, that's an accident.
Oh, okay. No problem. Okay. So all those in favor or opposed to a round robin 30-second speaking time, please vote now. Alrighty. This just passed. UAE, I'm gonna let you pick. Do you want to go alphabetical order, reverse alphabetical order, or do you want me to start with you?
We'll do reverse alphabetical order.
Sounds good. All right. And remember, you all can pass once, and then at the end, I will come back to you if you pass. Yemen.
Yes. Obviously, Yemen is dealing with a humanitarian crisis, a civil war, and the pandemic. So there's a lot of people, a lot of innocent people who are being forced to deal with the stress and are without a doubt, a lot of people are going through some sort of post-traumatic distress order. So it's important that we look into it and we try to find some form of or some solution.
Thank you, Delegate. UAE.
Thank you, Chair. The UAE, working through the Hidayah Center, has set up a program in Tunisia to work with the children of returning ISIS fighters to the country who largely have PTSD. And I'm thinking we can work on a larger program to work in other conflict zones and in other areas where there are people returning from places where there's conflict and are suffering from PTSD as a result of it.
Thank you, Delegate. Tunisia.
Tunisia would like to pass until a little bit later.
Syrian National Coalition.
Yeah, so similar to Yemen, we are also experiencing a humanitarian crisis and a civil war, in addition to the COVID epidemic. So due to the war, we've had a lot of shortages in our mental health professionals. A lot of people have been leaving the country, so we need more support within the country. In addition to the infrastructure, a lot of it has been damaged severely through the results of the war, and we need that needs to be addressed.
Thank you, Delegate. Sudan.
Sudan would definitely like to emphasize that it is a post-conflict zone, and after the ouster of its previous president, Omar al-Bashir, a lot of conflict has taken place and a lot of widespread violence against protesters is very prevalent, which can lead to like mental instability as a result of the violence instigated within the country. And Sudan would also like to emphasize that reform for education around the stigmatization of mental illness within these countries should be addressed.
Thank you, Delegate. Somalia.
Somalia does not have a mental health policy and little social support for developing one, but we are interested in hearing the other delegates' ideas.
Thank you, Delegate. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
Rowana, you can talk.
Yeah, I could speak. Okay, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia would like to it made a lot of efforts in mental health in the mental health, but as you know, like the people in the Arab countries, they don't believe in mental health issues. They see it as a religious issue. So like if they want to treat them, they treat them with the religious fact.
Thank you, Delegate. Qatar.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. So Qatar in general is one of the most advanced in terms of countries with access to mental health resources in the MENA region. It's one of 3 countries with at least an open amount of data on how much it spends on mental health expenditure, and it has one of the highest psychiatrists per capita. So thus it would like to spearhead something along the lines of creating an Arab mental health awareness organization that can sort of help ameliorate the issues we're all discussing.
Thank you, Delegate.
In various countries. Yeah.
Palestine.
To echo the sentiment of Qatar, there are very few countries throughout the Arab world that have well organized codes on mental health, as well as the resources that richer countries have to address this issue. Palestine, due to the occupation and due to the frequency of torture, and there's a necessity for funding for training professionals in the mental health field.
Thank you, Delegate. Oman.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Oman has a number of resources available to its citizens on the question of mental health. It has a number of clinics. It spends a fair amount of its budget yearly on mental health expenditures, and it would gladly look upon a program to expand this resource to the Arab League more broadly. So I'm looking forward to seeing what you all have to propose.
Thank you, Delegate. Just for clarification for delegates that may have not had connection, we are currently doing a round robin, and the purpose of the round robin is to discuss possible ideas for topic 2. Morocco.
Yes, Morocco is one of the few countries that actually in the Arab League that have statistics on their mental health. We have 9.3% generalized anxiety disorder and 25% major depressive disorder. And we think that to combat this, we will have to have a campaign of education as well as a campaign for resources. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Libya. You back with us, Libya?
Thank you. Yes, thank you, Chair. The mental health situation and resources available in Libya have been put in a particularly precarious position given the civil war and widespread conflict. But Libya had taken important strides toward a better mental health program nationally. In 1975, Libya instituted the Mental Health Act, but we still need to continue to enforce that more deliberately. And Libya looks forward to working with other states on this issue, particularly in zones of conflict, to make sure that victims of PTSD are helped. Thanks.
Thank you, Delegate. And just for the body's information, because Libya did join us, our majorities have changed. So with total 20 present and voting, our simple majority will be 11 and our 2/3 majority will be 14. All right, next we have Kuwait.
So in 2019, Kuwait passed its first law regarding mental health. It deals with treatment as well as rehabilitation. So we would be happy to collaborate with other countries in maybe working with some of the framework we established. It is just a starting point. So being a post-conflict zone, as some of you are, we would like to focus on PTSD and increasing workers in mental health. That's all.
Thank you, Delegate. Jordan.
The delegation from Jordan would like for the committee to especially consider the mental health of refugee populations. Jordan has some substantive legislation passed, but with the 1.3 million Syrian refugees and counting in Jordan, along with many millions, well, 2 million Palestinian refugees, resources need to be set up in these camps to help with their mental health.
Thank you, Delegate. Iraq.
In Iraq, we have thousands of refugees and IDPs. We are facing lack of mental health centers. Thus, we need to work with our Arab allies to establish many mental health centers that would help people who experience crisis to overcome their stress.
Thank you, Delegate. Egypt.
Egypt feels, as other countries have stated, that our mental health system is lacking, and we would really look forward in support to a league-wide mental health stance that could help support and aid Egypt in that developing area.
Thank you, Delegate. Djibouti.
Djibouti has large influxes of refugees, especially coming from conflict zones. It also has a large percentage of people suffering from depressive disorders. Djibouti sees that the lack of services are the main obstacle to having effective mental health policy in place.
Thank you, Delegate. Comoros.
The delegation of Comoros would like to iterate that nearly half of its citizens fall under the poverty line, making access to education and healthcare, specifically mental health care, very difficult. So Comoros would like to focus on how to increase access in poverty-stricken countries.
Thank you, Delegate. Bahrain.
The delegation from Bahrain is very eager to improve its mental health facilities inside of our country. We currently only have one mental hospital in the capital of Manama, so we would definitely like to improve upon that. Two things that we're thinking about are resources, especially in rural areas, because as of now in Bahrain, unfortunately, we don't really have the capacity for that. So that's something we'd look into. And also for immigrant workers for other languages such as Urdu, Hindi. We have a lot of South Asian workers in Bahrain, so we'd like to work on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Algeria.
In Algeria, there are a lack of psychiatric hospitals. However, we believe in the importance and urgency of mental health awareness. And we believe that we can achieve that through NGOs and different initiatives. And we should definitely collaborate together to provide services, especially in zone conflict areas. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. And Tunisia.
Hello, thank you. So while Tunisia does have several mental health facilities countrywide, we would definitely like to initiate a campaign to strengthen public education and awareness on these issues. We would like to work with others to increase care in post-conflict zones, but also Tunisia is a human trafficking hub. So we know that refugees and trafficking survivors need care as well. So we currently face a lot of challenges with youth suicide and mental illness is on the rise. So we are eager to improve and bridge the treatment gap. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. This does conclude your round robin. I do hope that it was helpful. Are there any points or motions on the floor at this time? Yes, Jordan.
Motion for a 7-minute moderated caucus, speaking time 30 seconds to discuss the working language of the resolution.
That is in order. Do I have seconds for Jordan's motion?
Second.
Second.
Seconds.
Hearing multiple seconds, are there any preceding points or motions on the floor at this time? Bahrain, do you have a preceding point or motion? Or, oh, no, okay, perfect. So, Jordan, we will now vote on your motion. All those in favor or opposed of Jordan's motion for a 7-minute moderated caucus, speakers time 30 seconds to discuss the working papers, please vote now. Okay, this does pass. Jordan, since you made the motion, would you like to speak first or defer to last?
I will defer to last.
Okay. All those wishing to speak? Yes, Bahrain.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Bahrain would just like to point to what it believes is the one piece of working language on the floor right now. There are a lot of people working on this document. If you don't have it, I believe someone just posted it in the chat. However, what it does is it involves a lot of things. The two biggest things are a training campaign that would be led by different types of centers, including Doctors Without Borders and International Medical Corps. And the second is a awareness campaign that involves August 25th as National Mental Health Awareness Day. If anyone has any other ideas, Bahrain would welcome them.
Thank you, Delegate. All those wishing to speak? Yes, Qatar.
Thank you, Chair. And following Bahrain's comments, Qatar believes it's important to create an overarching organization, like mentioned in the working document resolution right now, to help facilitate a lot of these positive reforms and things we're discussing in the resolution thereafter.
Thank you, Delegate. All those wishing to speak? Yes, Libya.
Libya is wondering if it can be added as a sponsor to this motion, to this draft resolution, and if it might also be included in the list of states receiving assistance from mental health professionals in recovering conflict areas.
Thank you, Delegate. All those wishing to speak? And
Point of parliamentary inquiry.
yes.
Sorry to interrupt. Do you have to request being a sponsor, or can you just add yourself?
So yeah, I can answer that. So sponsorship means that you have added content to the draft. So you have added an idea or substantial content into it. If you haven't done that, just put yourself as a signatory. That means you support the language and the draft itself. Just save sponsors for people who add content. And you don't have to request it, just if you're writing, write your name. Alrighty. Ooh, I love all these speakers. Yes, Kuwait.
I was wondering if there was any specific manner or criteria in which we were adding states to where it says approve sending mental health professionals to conflict and recovering conflict areas, just because Kuwait did go through the Gulf War, as we know, and although that was some years ago, it still is having an effect on our population. So I was wondering if there was going to be any addition, basically how are we choosing which countries, and is there any possibility of specifying, I guess. That's all.
Thank you, Delegate. All those wishing to speak? Yes, Saudi Arabia.
Saudi Arabia wants to raise the point that in a lot of our countries, particularly in the Gulf, while we have mental health professionals, they tend to be foreigners or expatriates that come to our countries and serve as mental health professionals. We don't have that robust of an indigenous population serving as mental health professionals. And so we ask that we just encourage local mental health professional development through training.
Thank you, Delegate. All those wishing to speak? Yes, Somalia.
Somalia requests to be added to the list of countries receiving mental health aid.
Thank you, Delegate. All those wishing to speak? Yes, Palestine.
I think I accidentally.
Oh, it was an accident? Okay, no problem. Okay, so all those wishing to speak? Yes, Egypt.
Egypt is very excited to be a sponsor on the mental health document and would just like to point out or perhaps suggest to the body that for the issue of the list of countries in clause 1, for example, where mental health professionals would be sent to conflict areas, perhaps the body would look favorably upon changing that language to a sort of request situation where countries would recognize a sort of problem in their country and request to a body that they need either training or whatever other resources. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. All those wishing to speak? Yes. Yes, Somalia.
Somalia would like to know whether the resolution would include NGOs that are not from countries in the Arab League.
Thank you, Delegate. All those wishing to speak? Yes, Yemen.
Thanks, Chair. Actually, Yemen need more help, so we are wondering which conflicted countries will get the priority to get a fund in this crisis.
Thank you, Delegate. All those wishing to speak? Yes. Libya.
Libya would suggest that in addition to having crucial community outreach to minority and resident communities, as stated in the document, that we also strive to have representative outreach to facilitate better mental health dialogue and assistance and training, meaning that, for example, women survivors should be able to have access to women mental health counselors and guidance counselors and so on.
Thank you, Delegate. All those wishing to speak? Yes, Qatar. Oh, never mind. Yes, Bahrain.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Just to address two questions that have been brought up, first one including NGOs. There is if the delegate would direct their attention to Operative Clause 2, it talks about the two NGOs, the Doctors Without Borders and International Medical Corps, concerning which countries will be listed as conflict zones and which ones will not. We are currently in the process of creating a board and we'll determine that. Also, Bahrain would like to mention that we have 5 minutes, so we probably want to finish this up. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Right on time. All those wishing to speak?
Qatar has returned from the void.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Qatar?
Thank you, Chair. Qatar would just like to would like to suggest that from the document, the Arab Mental Health Awareness Organization can be the source where states going through mental health crises can file a petition or something along those lines to receive help.
Thank you, Delegate. This will be the second to last speaker before I defer back to Jordan. All those wishing to speak. Seeing no one, I will just absorb the time in the middle and defer to Jordan. Jordan, you have 30 seconds.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Taking note of the time, as Bahrain mentioned, I will keep my remarks brief. Jordan stands in support of the resolution as it is written, however, wants to point one quick thing out. In the preliminary clauses, it mentions mental health services for children, but I cannot find any language in the proposals that addresses that issue. So perhaps adding a short clause addressing that or taking it out of the preliminary. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. This does conclude your moderated caucus. Are there any points or motions on the floor at this time? Old Faithful, yes, Bahrain.
Bahrain motions for a 2-minute moderated debate, popcorn style, to finalize this working language.
Okay. Yeah. That is an order. Do I have seconds for a 2-minute popcorn style debate?
Seconds.
Second.
Hearing multiple seconds. Are there any preceding points or motions on the floor? Seeing none, we will vote on Bahrain's motion. Oh, you guys are ready. Okay, vote. All right, this does pass. Bahrain, you know how this goes. Start.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Do any of the delegates have concerns with the working language? It seems like mostly right now we're just spelling it up and covering any grammatical mistakes that might be there. However, if we could submit this within the next, by the time this popcorn style is over, that would be fantastic, because it would be so sad to have done all that typing and then not pass it. So, who would like to speak now? UAE.
Hey, thanks everybody. If you see any issues with the paper, please go over it, and if you see anything that we need to change really quick, make sure we get that in before I submit it to the chair. I'll pass it off to Yemen.
Yemen has looked over the document and agrees with all of the language, and I'll pass it off to Palestine.
Palestine agrees with the language of the document and does not have anything to add. I'll pass it off to Egypt.
Egypt has been working on just like the little things, the grammatical and formatting things of this document. If no one else has anything to add, then the delegation of Egypt would agree with sending this document to the chair. I'll popcorn to Bahrain.
Thank you, Egypt. Bahrain feels that we can send to the chair and is willing to yield the rest of its time to the chair. Oh, nice.
All right, and I will take those 10 seconds. Perfect. Anybody have anything for me? Is it ready for me, the doc? Okay, Vice Chair. Don't let them run wild. I'll be back.
Okay, sounds good, Chair. All right, are there any standing points or motions? Yes, UAE.
The UAE motions for another 2-minute popcorn-style caucus to the purpose of consuming time while the chair looks at the document.
Did you say popcorn caucus?
Yeah, I said popcorn.
Great. Are there any seconds for that motion?
Second.
Second.
Okay. That being said, please vote yes or no for a 2-minute time-consuming popcorn-style debate. Okay. Okay, great. Okay, so it passes unanimously.
Benjamin, sorry to keep that on hold. We'll go back to it if we can. We do need to run delegate voting real quick, or else we're going to run out of time.
Okay.
So hold on 1 second and grab it.
I'm back.
All right, Kennedy, we're going to quickly do delegate voting. We're running out of time, so I'm going to get this.
Yeah.
So I sent you guys a link, and you're going to go in, and it is a. Let me make sure it's going to work. Hold on, you can start clicking on it. It is the peer voting form that you're going to use, and it's going to ask you for your university. Make sure you put that in, your committee, social affairs, your assigned country. For faculty advisor, just put self. At the top it says host university, just put digital. For your school and university, make sure to put that in. If you're a double delegation, you're going to need to indicate that and include both of your delegates' names. And then you're going to vote on the delegations. Now, it's not a popularity contest. Don't base it off who your favorite intern is. We know it's Andrew, but just make sure you're voting based on how well these people debated, how good their research was, how good a leader they were. And you're going to put first delegation through fifth best delegation. And each of these gets a certain number of points. So whoever you put in as first best delegation is going to get the most points, and the bottom gets the fifth. And whoever gets the most points is going to be given an award. And we split it up. There will be 5 awards given out later today. So if that's clear on everyone, you can start voting. Let me know if you have any questions. We said there's no crosstalk or discussing, so if you need to discuss with your team member how you're going to vote, just make sure you're doing that privately and not over the chat or anywhere else. So yeah, and Sydney, for faculty advisor, just put self because we don't have any here today. Is everyone clear on that?
Sorry, real quickly, Michael, did you say that if you're paired up with someone else for a country that you guys have to vote the same way?
So vote together. So it's 1 vote per country. So one of you needs to decide who's going to submit a vote.
Okay.
because it messes up the vote otherwise. So both of you need to decide, and then only one country can send one vote. And yeah, let me know if you have any questions. You guys can go ahead, try to do it as quickly as possible, but otherwise we're good to go. And looks like we already have one response in. So yeah, you may continue.
Yeah, and just questions I saw for host university, just put digital, and then for your university, put where you go to school.
Oh, and don't vote for yourself. If you have the same note, so only vote for other people. Like we're up to 16, so if you're still casting your vote, make sure you get that in. Yeah, it looks like you're doing good.
Hey, Michael.
Yeah.
I accidentally put National Council for my university. Is that okay? Should I redo it?
I can edit it. Hold on, find your entry.
Thanks.
What's your New York University?
Yeah, thanks.
looks like we're still waiting on one vote, and then we'll be done. Okay, we have all 19, just to make sure nobody is still voting, is that correct? All right, great. And we're just waiting for Dr. Anthony to join us to finish off with a little talk. So, Dr. Anthony, you with us?
But Michael, we have to do a quick procedural thing. It'll take I can make it go super fast.
Yeah, it looks like he's still joining us. So if you want to quickly do that and finish up, that would be awesome.
Okay, we're gonna do speed round of all this. I've approved your draft language. Somebody raise their hand at me and say so moved to introduce the draft language. Great. I'm assuming all of you second it. Somebody nod. Beautiful. Okay, we're gonna limit to this. Thumbs up. Great. We're limited to this draft resolution. I'm not gonna make a speakers list. We don't need, does anyone have any questions about it? I don't need to do author's rights. Yeah, perfect. Anybody want to make a motion to close debate on topic 2? Perfect. Okay, that is a motion. Second.
Second.
Hearing the seconds. I'm not going to take speakers for and against because you don't get to have an opinion. I'm being dictator chair. Okay, we are now going to vote. I'm kidding. We're not going to vote on. We have closed debate on topic 2. So we are now going to vote on the draft resolutions on the floor. The draft resolution is Social Affairs 2A. Any points or motions on the floor at this time?
By consent.
Sounds good to me. I'm going to clap 3 times. If you have a problem, say so within 3 claps. Without objection, without objection, without objection. This does pass. Yay! Everyone clap. We have one more thing to do. I need someone to make a motion to adjourn the meeting until I don't know when.
Moves to adjourn.
That is an order, Bahrain. I'm so sorry you didn't get to make the last motion. You know, I really felt like you were going to be the one, but got to beat you. Yeah, other seconds?
I second.
Ooh, hearing an excited second. Anyone want to speak for or against the closure debate? Anyone want to speak against it? No speakers against. I can take none for. All those in favor of closure of debate, adjourning the meeting, raise your hand. Now I'm going to use the sheet. Wow. I'm going to say that's unanimous consent. We've now adjourned the meeting. We are done. Awesome job. Thank you, guys. Like, a full day model online is definitely difficult. I mean, full day models in person are tiresome, so everybody on this is a big trooper for doing it in person. You all did so good. For so many people not to have done Model Arab League before, you guys handled this like a champ. Model Arab League can be extremely confusing for some people. So you guys did awesome. And you passed a lot of resolutions. So as a chair, I'm very proud. So thanks. You guys did awesome.
And thank you, Kennedy. I would have voted for you for an award if I could, but thank you for being such a wonderful chair for all of us who had not done it before and who had.
Your mic is off.
Yep. Michael, so are we gonna go distinguished and then outstanding? Is that how we're doing it?
Sorry, they came out in the opposite order, so we're going to go against protocol, unfortunately. Actually, you know what? Hold up. We can make this work. Maybe. Don't look.
Everybody close your eyes. Act like you're not saying anything.
Okay, we're going to go in reverse order like we're supposed to. So you may begin. Even though everyone can see it, you can officially read it off.
Okay, so our first award for distinguished delegation is going to Sean for his representation of the United Arab Emirates. Our next distinguished delegation award goes to Emily for her representation of Bahrain and Andrew for his representation of Bahrain. And now our first outstanding delegation award goes to Benjamin for his representation of Qatar. And our final outstanding delegation award, oh, we gave out a few, sorry. Our next one goes to Emma for her representation of Egypt and Sydney for her representation of Egypt.
And we do have
we have some fun awards.
We have these superlative awards this year, just to have a little bit of fun. So I'm going to read them off. The first one is most likely to become Minister of Foreign Affairs goes to Sean. It looks like a lot of you are actually going to win double awards. We determined these early on before we knew who was going to win. So anyway, you'll get some doubles in here. Most likely to go rogue is Andrew for your representation of Bahrain. We appreciated it. Most presidential goes to Sydney. Madam President, well done. And then most likely to use bribery as a form of diplomacy, Benjamin, this goes to you. Good effort, but the not quite so honorable award. And then lastly, for someone who has received too many awards to count, the most best chair award goes to Kennedy Anderson for her outstanding chairmanship.
Thank you.
And those are the awards. I will email your awards out to you.